Hello, everyone. This is Brother Benson, and I'm joined with my brother Migud. Miguda, hali gani?
Niko shwari,
Mhm.
niko vyema, nasema tu niko na jioni vyema. Nashukuru
Mm.
Mola kwa siku hii na vile
Mm.
vile pia tunasukuma tu kama kawaida.
Kama kawaida. Unajua kama kawaida ni nini? Unajua kuna vitu saa zingine huwa labda tunasema tukiwa katika mazungumzo. Hali vipi? Kama kawaida. Kawaida inakuwa ni vipi? Na kuna ile ingine pia mtu anasema hali si hali.
Kama kawaida pengine hali imekuwa sawa na jana vile mimi
Mm.
nimesema,
Mm.
ama hali imekuwa sawa na juzi, ama hali imekuwa sawa na mwezi huu. Sasa
Mm.
nasema tu kama kawaida, kama jana, kama juzi.
Mm.
Labda pengine nikiona mazuri, lakini hali si hali.
Mm.
Nasema kwamba jana kulikuwa kuzuri,
Mm.
pengine leo ni kubaya. Sasa hali si hali, hali si vyema tena.
Okay, asante. Naona ndugu yetu Laban Misiani hapa anasema hi brother Ben and Miguda. Tuko salama. Labda tu nikuulize swali unijibu hapo. Jana ajenti mkuu wa Raila, that is Kanchori, jana alikuwa anazungumza katika redio fulani, akasema kwamba ODM ikifanya makosa ya kujiunga na UDA katika uchaguzi ambao inakuja 2027, watakuwa wamepoteza maarufu zaidi. Laban Misiani, swali ni je, hiyo kauli yake ni kweli ama ni maongezi tu? Utanijibu hapo. Asante sana. Ndugu yangu, unajua vile vile nimekuwa nikifuata sana siasa za Uganda ambapo inaendelea kwa saizi, lakini naona nchi mbili tofauti, ama naona sura mbili tofauti za nchi za Uganda, kwa sababu unapata kwamba ziara ya kampeni ya Museveni inakuwa ni ziara ambayo iko na utulivu, polisi wanapiga doria vizuri, hakuna bishi ama kupigana, unaona. Lakini ukiangalia pale ziara ya Robert Chagulanyi ni ziara ambayo polisi wapo, unapata kwamba akienda kufanya kampeni mahali amezuiliwa, watu wanapigwa, yeye mwenyewe yani inakuwa ni ako katika mazingira ambayo yani si rahisi vile. Na unaona hata kama wale mapolisi ambao wampatie ulinzi, unapata jeshi wamo, polisi wamo wa kawaida, yani ni tofauti sana. Sasa je, hata kama unaenda kushindana na mtu uko shwari, utashinda? Hata ukishinda utapatiwa hiyo ushindi kweli?
Kuna vitu zingine pengine sijui mimi ndo naziona kwa njia tofauti, unapata kuna kwa kweli vile nimesema, kwa mfano ushindano baina ya Kagulani na Museveni. Unapata yule Museveni kwanza yeye anapiga kifua na pia wanatesa yule mpinzani wake, na pia wameamua wao ni wanajeshi ndio wanachunga nchi na wanachukua huyo ushukani. Kwa maoni yangu sidhani kama kuna uchaguzi huko ama kuna ile usawa ya uchaguzi. Mimi napenda tu kuna saa zingine watu wanafanya tu vitu zingine, lakini unajua enyewe naye hapa kwa anafanya, lakini unaenda tu juu. Pengine kwa mfano kwa niseme tu, tunajua ya kweli ya kwamba tume ya uchaguzi yetu hapa nchini si tume huru, lakini bado wanaenda kupiga kura, wananchi wanapanga foleni, wanachagua viongozi wao. Sasa hapo ndio sielewi ya kwamba tushajua kwamba ukweli matokeo ya Uganda ni Museveni. Sasa kwa nini mtu anang'ang'ania? Sasa pengine mimi nasema tu pengine unapata kuna watu waanza kusukuma tu, sisi ni wafuasi wako, sasa wewe enda tu ng'ang'ania kiti tuko nao. Sasa unajua huwezi angusha wafuasi wako, na sasa pengine mimi sasa ni wafuasi tu ndio nakulazimisha, hata iwapo unajua kwamba ukweli hakuna haki na uhuru hapa, lakini juu ya wafuasi wangu wacha tu tuende.
Okay. Na ukiangalia tena tuko na jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na unapata kwamba tuko na viongozi na jumuiya hili ni mambo kama haya wazungumzii, na bado unakuja kwamba tupate kwamba Museveni atakuwa ameibuka kama mshindi katika uchaguzi ambayo inakuja, utapata kwamba hawa maviongozi watakuwa wanatoa pongezi kwa Rais Museveni akishinda bila kuzungumzia yaliyotokea, na hii ni kitu ambacho iko wazi. Sasa unashindwa, majumuiya kazi yao ni nini? Hmm? Hmm. Yeah. Teresa Couch, thank you so much for joining. Hi. So hilo ndio jambo ambalo mimi nazungumzia. Like if you look at Uganda on how they do their campaigns, you see two different worlds, especially in Uganda. You see Museveni's camp, when they go for their campaigns, they are very, very, very much peaceful, and the police or the are providing them with enough good security. But when you come on the other sides of Robert Chagulanyi, it is chaotic mess. The mess is not even created by the followers of Robert Chagulanyi, but the people who are creating mess are the security agencies. There was a time he was going in Gulu. When he was going in Gulu, to campaign, I think it's called Gulu. I don't know whether I pronounce it very well. And the date, the Electoral Commission knows very well that Robert should be campaigning here, but the security officers do not allow him. They pepper spray him. So you ask yourself, now, what is even, why should even him go for that competition to be good?
Yeah, sometimes that's why I settled on the people. Maybe the people who are supporting you, there's some people might be supporting you financially. The people might be supporting you through logistics. The people might be supporting, so even the international organization might chip in to support you. So you can't back off. You have to continue and proceed with the contest.
Yeah.
So that, because you are getting support from the people, even so that you can actually represent what people want to be changed. And also, you have asked about the issue of East Africa and the other parts. You find out that they are trying to congratulate the elected person, even if the process was not proper. And what is their role and duty? You find out that these people, they safeguard each other, because yesterday it was Tanzania, tomorrow it is Uganda, then 2027 it will be Kenya. If you safeguard me, I will safeguard you. I think that could be the why they jointly do congratulate them.
Yeah, and even if you speak about that, and there's a pattern. I don't know, is in Africa or I think like is the entire continent, whereby the opposition sometimes they don't get favorable environment, especially to campaign, and they get intimidation from the administration in place. Look at even what happened in Tanzania. Look at what happened to Tundu Lissu. Until today, the United or the foreign countries have really condemned what is happening or what happened in Tanzania, the protest and everything. But now you think like they can just only say that we are not going to give you this funding because we're doing this. But when you look at the jurisdiction, where they can come in and assist, they cannot assist because sometimes the law bars them out from coming in and assist with that. But you find that it is just normal for those presidents in administration when things like this happen. It is normal for Museveni, especially what Robert Chagulanyi is going through, and it's normal even for the police. They're seeing they're doing their work. What happened in Uganda, that was the Uganda, the Tanzania, Kizza Besigye is in. Remember, he was just abducted in the streets of Nairobi. Until today, he's still in the cells. Look at Tundu Lissu too. So there's that pattern in East Africa. It's only in Kenya that we've not seen the opposition leaders being put in, especially, But like the Jumuiya, the East Africa, like it's just normal. They're just quiet. That's what I was saying. Let me say okay. Adeline, hello, hello. So that is what Miguda. When will this one end until a situation whereby we reach and say that okay, this is what we have to do, this is what is required of us. So we give each and every person equal equal play field so that Shagulanyi can campaign, equal play field. Museveni could do the same. The security apparatus, because they are all Ugandans. There's nobody who Museveni is not Ugandan than Robert Chagulanyi. They carry the same flag. I see them on their campaigns and with their supporters. They carry the same flag. And what is your take, brother?
I can just say, of course, we have a long way to go as a people,
Yeah.
as a East African people, because up now we find out that there are some people who have been mandated to carry out some tasks, but they have actually not carrying out those tasks, or they are not functioning according to the provision. Because you have said that there are some maybe organization that should be condemning or should not congratulate, but they go ahead and do so, or they are quiet.
Yeah.
It is because I think culturally, not culturally per se, but I think the trend or the traditions into those institutions, whereby from the time they were conceived,
Yeah.
people who have been in those institutions have been carrying out the same. So the precedents which have been set before are actually going to be, and you find that even the appointees to those positions, you find that they are the head of states sometimes. So they influence the decision across the East African community. That's why people like Kiagulani might be just running, but knowing very well that actually they're going to be declared and all said. Even if even if you go deeper, there have been complaints. People have been complaining all time. They are in the rally. They have been tear gas. They have been denied security. They must access to some entry. They have been complaining. But even after this complaint, what is it that have been achieved before? Nothing. Nothing is being achieved in all these complaints, petitions. We keep on revolving around. So I think we even people are saying, I think they just I can say we are a bit far. We are not yet there for now.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Let's come back to our country, because there's something that is a, a conversation that is going on, and I've been trying to at least engage some of the people that I know that understand the stock exchange market, and when should we sell the shares, and when should we hold, or when should we float the shares. There's this issue of Safaricom and the government and Safaricom, because we know for sure the shares that the government has in the Safaricom. But now the government is selling uh, some stake to Vodacom. And if you listen to conversation, there are those who are saying, okay, it's a good thing by government doing that, because it's going to assist the government or help the government raise the revenue. There's also those who have an opinion that, okay, what government is doing is not right, because like these shares were supposed to be floated. I don't know how they float them in the stock exchange market, then the Kenyan public can buy them from the stock exchange market. It will make government to actually um, get good revenue. Listen to this. The deal, this is what is happening. The deal, Kenya sells Safaricom stake to Vodacom for Kenya shillings 244.5 billion. The deal values the stake at 204.3 billion, or Kenya shillings 34 per share, about 20% above recent market prices, plus Kenya shillings 40.2 billion upfront dividend, totaling to 244.5 Kenya shillings, that is in billion, for national funds without raising taxes or debt. Vodacom's ownership raises to 55%, with safeguards like no extra layoffs. Kenyan CEO and chair and the unchanged Safaricom brand of M-Pesa support support praises the quick cash expertise influx, while critics like MP Ndindi Nyoro call for open bidding to potentially fetch more, citing past sales that doubles value through competition. So this is Ndindi Nyoro, is not of that. And Ndindi Nyoro has given a brief history here. I would read what Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro read something like investments and markets, a story of rare Vipingo billions and land. In the year 2013, we had a few shares in a company called Rare Vipingo. We had bought them for 20 something bob. The company was listed in Nairobi Stock Exchange. In November 2013, a company called Rare Vipingo Trading founder, Rare Trading Company, owned by the sons of the founder, offered to buy all other shares they didn't own. The share was then trading in the market at Kenya shillings 27.5. They gave a bid to 40% share, a modest 45% premium. I was excited and wanted the transaction done. I would have given out our few shares and cash it Kenya shillings 12 per share as a profit. As the rule should be, the trading of Rare Vipingo was halted in the National Nairobi Stock Exchange due to the material information. So that is so. Each and everyone is offering this. I don't know. I do not have quite much knowledge about how the shares work in terms of economy and the profit, but I think it is that time that both those who have expertise in this field and the government, they should sit and maybe if they want to make profit, because at the end of the day, each and every person wants to make a profit. Maybe what do you say about that, Miguda?
The fact that the government has decided to sell the shares to Vodacom, and then I don't know why they have decided just to Vodacom without involving other parties. I just say that it should be open. You know, when it's open,
Yeah.
it could be at least fair to the economy, whereby even the best bidder, the way the terrible lawmakers just said, the best bidder can be given. I'll show you that there were no best bidder compared to Vodacom. And the issue of shares is why they've taken just, I think, how many percent of it, a certain percent of it to Vodacom. And now the management, the internal management by Safaricom, whereas Vodacom is spreading from outside the country. Now, the issue of economy, how it's going to be run, how is the effect of economy, and you ask most of the people, the consumers, right now, it's Safaricom is the order of the business in the country, particularly Nairobi, whereby the people are cashless. And in terms of the profit we are making, does it reflect the economy or the Safaricom or the shares, the shareholder, that's the Vodacom? How sure are we that the small profit they make from the consumers are going to be reflected in the economy of Kenya or in the Vodacom to that extent? So I just I just that I don't know how it works, but all in all, there could be bidding whereby it's open.
Okay, okay, asante sana. Msimama habari gani?
Ndugu, salama kabisa, tunamshukuru Mungu. Bado twapumua tukiregesha, sio upande wa pili huko kwa kina ndugu zangu Benson na ndugu yangu hapo studio.
Tuko salama. Tumesema tukuwe na mazungumzo kwa dakika kidogo, kwa sababu tunajua kuna ile mazungumzo ambayo inakuja ya Rigathi Gachagua na nadhani na NTV KTN, na watu najua watafrika huko kwa sababu watataka kusikia kuna nini kule, lakini tumezungumzia mambo machache. Kwanza tumezungumzia mambo ya hisa za Safaricom ambao zilikuwa na serikali, na serikali wanaziuza. Kuna wale ambao wanalalamika kwamba hizi hazingekuwa zimefanywa hivyo, lakini kuna njia badala ambao serikali wangepata faida. Na pia tumezungumzia vile vile tumeangalia nchi ya Uganda kwa sababu tunajua wanaelekea katika uchaguzi, na ukiangalia kampeni ya Museveni na kampeni ya Robert Kyagulanyi ni vitu tofauti. Kuna kwingine kuna ghasia, polisi wamejaa, kuna kwingine huko tu ziko tu salama. Sasa tunauliza Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki wanasema nini kama mambo haya yanatokea? Hiyo ndio swali ambao tumezungumzia. Tena leo tunataka kuzungumzia kwa sababu ni swala kubwa sana. Mambo ya chama cha ODM, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo watu wanazungumzia sana. Unapata kwamba kuna ubabe wa siasa. Na ukiangalia chama cha ODM ni vuguvugu, ilikuwa ni vuguvugu tunasema hivyo. Ni chama ambapo kilibuniwa na wananchi. Ni chama ambapo wananchi walikuwa wanaipenda. Lakini sasa unaona kuna kule ubabe. Ile ubabe inasaidia nini chama, na hata inasaidia wale ambao walikuwa na nia na mawazo mzuri katika nchi, inatusaidia vipi? Na kama kuna jambo ambalo lipo, inaweza kuwa kwa somo kwa wale watu ambao bado wako na vyama, kwamba tukienda hivi hatutakuwa na vyama, bali tutakuwa na vyama za watu binafsi, ama watu binafsi watakuwa wanaongoza hizi mavyama. Hizo ndio mazungumzo ambayo sisi tuko nayo. Labda we kama unaweza tuchangia tu kidogo, ndio sasa tuingie kwa maswali, tuende haraka haraka.
Labda hili la mwisho nitaanza nalo, kisha utanikumbusha lile la kwanza.
Yeah, okay, asante. Kuna mtu ananiambia Festus Costa anasema at Brother Benson Media, the CS Mbadi stated clearly that the final decision will be or will be when. Okay, thank you so much. I also followed CS very well, but also I listened to Omondi Karoli. Okay. Sasa swali la kwanza ni, je, Afrika Mashariki wamenyamaza tu na jambo kama hili kinatokea? Na ukipata kwamba Museveni atashinda, hiyo najua, lakini utapata wanampatia pongezi. Kwa nini? Na wanaona kwamba haikukuwa sawa.
Hilo ni la pili, lakini kuna la kwanza ambalo umeanza nalo kabisa.
Ile mambo ya hisa.
Yes, hapo shikilia sasa. Jamani, nitaanza hapo kwa hisa, nije hapo kwa Afrika Mashariki na nimalizie hapo kwa ODM. Kwa haraka nitasema hivi kama msimamo. Mimi nazungumza, si mwanasiasa, ni mwananchi tu wa kawaida. Lakini ninayependea tu mema nchi yangu. Na hatuna nafasi zingine za kuzungumza sie wengine isipokuwa humu. So swala la hisa linanitamausha, kwa sababu hili la kwamba Safaricom inashirikishwa na Vodafone ya South Africa, kwanza ni asset ya Mkenya. Na kama ni asset ya Mkenya, mimi naamini kwamba ni lazima Mkenya ashirikishwe. Haya mambo ya kufanywa kinyume, kwamba hapashirikishwi Mkenya kisawasawa mwenye hiyo asset, ndio kunakuwa na kizungumkuti wa uhalali wake. Sizungumzie hiyo tu, nazungumza pipeline, nazungumzia yale mambo yamefanyika airport. Yote naleta katika kapu moja hayo, kwa sababu yanafungamana. Hizi procedure zao na process zinazozitengeneza kidogo mimi zinanipa maswali kama mwananchi wa kawaida. Je, najiuliza ni kwa faida ya nani? Hizo hisa sasa hivi ni kwa faida ya mwananchi ama ni vile ni faida tu ya wachache? Narudi kwa Museveni na mambo haswa na mambo ya East Africa, kwamba imenyamaza East Africa si lolote. Ile ni ofisi, watu wale mishahara yao ni sawasawa na ile ya Afrika, ambayo mzee wetu hayati mwenda zake roho lazima peponi, mzee wetu Raila Odinga aligombania hiyo nafasi tu majuzi. Haina lolote. Hawa ni watu wa kupangiwa, hawasaidii na hawasimami katika kweli. So for real, tukitegemea haya kwamba Afrika Mashariki itaungana pamoja kwa ajili ya hili, Afrika Mashariki na akina nani sasa hivi walioko viongozi na akina nani? Tukitaka tu kuzungumza hasa viongozi ambao wanashikilia pale kwa muda huu sasa hivi, na akina nani hao viongozi wa Afrika Mashariki? So tukijua kama ni akina nani, tunajua hapa hakuna kitu hapa, kwa sababu ni wale ndugu zetu ambao haya tunayoyaona yanayotokea, wao ndio wa kwanza ambao tunawategemea kwanza wakashifu, ndio ambao wanayapalilia na kuyamwagia mbolea on daily basis. So hapo mimi sitegemei chochote kaka yangu Ben, sitaki kujidanganya kama mwananchi. Lakini hebu turudi katika chama kongwe, chama tete, chama changu. Japo sasa hivi nimekiasi, nimeingia kwa mama kwa sababu nimeona huu mvutano hapa, anayefungwa kati hapa kamba ni mwanachama kama mimi. Na siku zote fahali wawili wanapopigana nyasi ndio huumia. Mvutano huu wa ODM, hawa wanavuta huku, sisi tuko ndani ya broad based government, hawa wanavuta huku, sisi tuliachwa hapa. Anayefungwa ni mimi mkereketwa, naye kipenda chama changu ndio nimefungwa kamba hapo. Sio kama naeleweka vizuri hapo kaka Ben?
Nakuelewa.
Kwa hiyo kwa maana hiyo, kama kweli haswa wanataka wajinasua na wasimame, basi warudi drawing board viongozi wote, alafu waulize wananchi, mnataka nani kwanza shikilie hiki chama kama party leader? Wananchi watasema huyu, awe ni mzee awe ni kijana, huyo ndo amekubalika. Kwa maana misingi ya chama cha ODM ilijengwa si watu wa Nyanza tu, ilijengwa katika misingi ya Wakenya wote. Nalikumbusha hili kila siku na nitalizungumza hili kwa ODM kwa hofu yangu wasije wakamezwa na mamba, wana wanakaribia mdomo wa mamba. Wape nafasi kwanza wananchi. Sasa wakisema huyu ndio kiongozi, mwelekeo utatoka pale, maana wananchi wanakula ambako watawaelekeza kutokana na kiatu. Ni huu mpango ambao wajaruni umetumika kutoka tangu ya mwanzo, na vile sasa hivi nafasi yetu ya kuhakikisha kwamba tumekaa, mnajitenga nyinyi sasa kama jamii, na kama ni jamii hakuna chama. Maana jamii zingine zitajitoa haswa katika ODM, na ndio mwisho kwamba kinashuka thamani. Na siku zote bamia vile linavyozidi kukomaa ndivyo linavyoshuka thamani. Kaka yangu, nitaachia hapo, asante.
Asante sana ndugu yangu, labda na kufanyia hivyo kwa muda mchache Miguda, mimi nataka uniangazie kwa sababu kuna ile kupungua kwa ushirikiano baina hawa maviongozi ambao wanaonyesha ubabe, kwa sababu ukiangalia hata kabla hajatoweka mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga, kulikuwa na ile mavutano wakati Raila alikuwa anagombea ile kiti cha Jumuiya ya Afrika. Kulikuwa na makundi, kuna wale ambao walikuwa naunga mkono, kuna wale ambao hawakuwa naunga mkono, na pia kuna wale ambao walisema hao walikuwa ni kama tuseme kwamba walikuwa ni jicho la tatu. Unapata hapo ndo tulipata Kenya walikuwa najiita kama Kenya moja yao, lakini ukipata kwamba wengi wao walikuwa wametoka kwa ODM. Sasa unapata kwamba kupungua kwa ushirikiano wao wenyewe kwa chama na hebu nieleze inaathiri vipi kichama, kwa sababu kuna ile kutoshirikiana kwa maviongozi ambao wamekuwa wamepatiwa nyadhifa katika chama hiki.
Hiyo kutoshirikiana kinaathiri chama, si chama tu, na pia kinaathiri wale wafuasi wa chama. Unapata hapo awali, kabla mwenda zake alipokuwa hai, watu walianza hizo mvutano hapa na pale, kutoshirikiana. Kuna wale wenzetu ambayo walikuwa wanasema kwamba wao wameanza Kenya moja, walikuwa wa chama cha ODM. Vile vile kuna wale wenzetu walikuwa wanasema hao wajajiunga na broad-based government, na kuna wale walisema wao wanajiunga 100%. Kuna wale wanasema 2 term 1 term. Hii mvutano ilianza hapo awali. Unapata saa hizi yule ambaye kila mtu alikuwa anamheshimu katika chama, yule kiongozi ambaye kwa watu kidogo hivi kila mtu anatii, sasa hivi hayuko, hakuepo. Unapata kuna shida hapa. Hakuna yule mtu anayekubali kwamba kuna yule kiongozi wake hapo. Ndipo sasa tunaona hii mambo ya ubabe juu. Kila mtu anasema kwamba yeye kwa mfano ako na nia, ako na uwezo ya kuongoza chama. Kuna wale vijana chipukizi katika chama ambao wameonyesha ujasiri, na vile vile wameonyesha kwamba wao wako tayari kuwa kiongozi wa chama. Vile vile unapata hapo, unapata kuna wale wazee wa chama. Wao wazee wa chama pia si virahisi wakubalie wale wadogo wao wachukue hizo nyadhifa za uongozi. Unapata wakati watu wadogo, vijana wadogo hawajaruhusiwa kuchukua nyadhifa za uongozi, vile vile watu wadogo pia wako na nia na wanataka wachukue nyadhifa, juu muda pia unaenda. Hapo naona kwamba kimeathiri chama, na vile vile kimeathiri wafuasi. Wafuasi pia waelewe ya kwamba hapo awali walikuwa na msimamo, na vile vile kiongozi mmoja angekoa watu hivi, kila msee angempata. Sasa hivi tufuate nani, tusikie nani, chama inasema nini, chama inasema nini. Hakuna ile mazungumzo ama ile makubaliano kwa umoja katika chama chote. Sasa nasema tu si chama tu bali pia wafuasi.
Okay, asante sana. Naona ndugu yangu Simba na Taya ameingia. Simba, vipi?
Salama sana brother Ben.
Uliko kuko vipi? Nimefurahia kukusikia sauti yako.
Na niko salama kabisa, ingawa niko katika hali ya usafiri kiasi, lakini sijui kama mnanipata.
Tunakupata vizuri zaidi. Labda tu kwa sababu unasafiri, labda nikukaribisha tu na swali. Ukiangalia mzozo ambalo lipo ni kitu ambacho lazima tukubaliane. Na haya, na tunajua maadili ya chama, msingi ambapo ilikuwepo wakati chama hichi kilikuwa kinabuniwa. Katika hii ubabe ambao sisi tunaona, imezorota aje ama maadili ya chama, ama maadili ya chama bado lipo pale pale? Labda unaweza katuelezea.
Brother Ben, mimi kwa kila wakati na hata sasa hivi, kinyume na hawa wengine wenzangu ambao wamenena yao, mimi niko na msimamo wangu. Sio msimamo huyo mmoja anaongea, lakini niko na msimamo wangu. Na jambo la kwanza, na nataka niseme hivi, msingi halisi wa chama uliundwa katika msingi wa demokrasia. Sasa miaka 20 baadaye, waanzilishi wengi ambao ni waanzilishi wa hicho chama hawapo. Kukiwa na kinara mwenyewe, mzee Raila Amolo Odinga. Watu wameongea mambo mengi sana, na sisi wenye tulikuwa katika msingi wa chama ukiwekwa jiwe Uhuru Park, tulibeba mapango yakiwa LDP, tukaenda nayo mpaka mwisho. Ndani ya hicho chama sisi tumeona haya mambo ambayo tunayaona kwa saizi. Haya si mageni. Lakini sababu kubwa ni watu wachache wanataka kujitafutia umaarufu. Wameasi msingi ambao chama kilichengewa. Wakaingiwa upinafsi, ulafi na unafiki. Hauwezi sema huyu ni babangu, babako akipiga koti, akitoka ukiona ndugu yake unasema ni baba yako. Hiki chama kimetoka mbali, kimetupatia katiba yenye tunatumia sasa hivi. Wakati wewe utatuambia leo mimi nimegura hicho chama, unagura na katiba ya Kenya ambayo hicho chama kimezaa. Hiyo sheria ndio inatumika. Sisi tunajua, na kila mtu ana macho na masikio na anaona msingi na msimamo wa Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye alikuwa ndiye kinara wa chama cha chungwa. Yeye alisema, akasema, akarudia. Sisi tunatoa ushuru kwa nchi. Uchaguzi huja na uisha, nchi inapaki. Sisi ni walipa ushuru. Ukisema hii serikali ufue manguo, ujipige kwa ukuta, ufanye nini? Hiyo serikali na hiyo nchi inaenda wapi, na wewe unaenda wapi? Sasa hizi ni sarakasi ambazo ni za kawaida, lakini ni demokrasia. Sisi na tumesema, na mimi huwa narudia nikisema, wale watu ambao walikuwa si wacheza ngoma katika chama, tutapaki pale baba alituacha, hata tupoteze umaarufu. Hakuna mahali tunaenda. Huyo mwenye alituachia ndiye alimbebea mawe, yeye akabeba kijiko, wakaunda chama, na ndiye rais wa nchi. Hayo mengine sisi tunayaona kama ni sarakasi.
Brother Ben, nakatikiwa na bando angalau ni mjibu kidogo tu kaka, alafu mimi nitimke hapa.
Okay, sawa sawa, hebu mjibu kabla Baja datoroka. Mjibu.
Mimi labda nianze kwa kusema hivi. Nadhani rafiki mzuri ni yule ambaye anakula kwake, lakini ukiwa na shida anakusaidia na hakikisha kwamba mnasaidiana mpaka shida inatatuka. Lakini rafiki mbaya ni yule ambaye akipika kwake na wewe na ukipika mnachanganya chakula pamoja mnakula, lakini siku kimeomana haumuoni. Kwa hiyo nataka nimjibu kwamba na haki kidemokrasia na haki kama wananchi kujichafutia maamuzi, kama kujifanyia maamuzi yangu. Kwa hivyo kuhama kwangu si kwamba labda pengine na kiponda chama cha ODM. Wala nimekaa hapa katika hisho labda kukiponda. Kuanguka kwake kutaniathiri hata mimi. Lakini nimjibu kwa kusema hivi, katiba haijagombaniwa na chama. Katiba imegombaniwa na wanasiasa wale wengi. Lakini vile vile na matamanio ya Wakenya wengi. Kwa sababu ilipitishwa kwa Wakenya. Si kwamba tu ilienda hivi tu, ilipitishwa haswa kwa Wakenya. Wakenya wakaisoma, wakaiona. So hiyo imebuildiwa na wengi. Lakini katika hao wengi ambao alikuwa juu zaidi ni hayati mzee wetu, haswa mzee wetu Raila Odinga. Na mimi siku zote nasema roho yake Mungu ailaze mahali pema peponi. Kwa mimi nadumisha hiyo heshima ni kwa sababu ya yale ambayo ni mengi aliyopigania, yakiwemo haswa hiyo katiba anayozungumzia kaka, lakini vile vile hata na vyama vingi ambavyo vimenipa uhuru wa kuweza kuhama. Kwa hivyo sijafanya makosa, kwa sababu muasisi wa multipartyism ambaye ni hayati mzee wetu Raila Odinga alipigana kufa kupona na wengine kwa ajili ya multipartyism, akiwemo my party leader. So mimi nina choice ya kuweza kuhama popote, lakini kutoa guidance, kwa sababu huu ndio urafiki wa kweli. Wakati kuna shida ni lazima na mimi niwajibike kama mwananchi kuweza kuangalia ile shida mali ipo, ili tu sustain ile legacy ambayo mzee wetu ameiacha. So kama stance yako iko kwa broad based government, ndio uliachwa na baba, sema sasa stand yako, na kusituambia kwamba katiba imeletwa na ODM, utakuwa hapo unatudanganya jamangu. Pili, pili na mwisho kabisa, nataka kumwambia kwamba ilijengwa ndio katika misingi ya kidemokrasia kichama. Na ndio maana kimeweza kudominate Pwani kwa miaka na mikaka. With the full support from Pwani. Ni kwa sababu ya misingi yake, ni kwa sababu ya sera zake zinafungamana yale ambayo mwananchi anayategemea. Kwa kimetengenezwa kwa wingi wa Kenya. Lakini this time around nyinyi ambao mnasema mko broad based government, mnakianza kukitenga. Tukiona kwamba sasa hiki ni chama cha Wanyanza, ni chama cha Waluo tu. Na kwa nini tunazungumza haya? Ni hii sasa naiona katika macho yangu mimi kama mwananchi na mkereketwa, na ndiye kuwa mwana kongwe kabisa wa ODM. Kwamba ni ile kwamba sasa mnaonyeshwa matumaini hapa kwamba it's now time ya sisi nasi, kwa sababu msimamo kusacrifice kwa sababu ya kwa ajili ya katiba na mwongozo wa katiba, kwa heshima ya hii katiba ambayo tunasema kwamba haswa kiongozi wetu ameweza kuipigania, ambaye alikuwa kiongozi wa ODM. So tubaki pale pale. Kule mnafuata nini? Kwa sababu ya vyeo mlivyoadiwa. Ndio maana mnaona mko part of government, wakati shida ya mwananchi kule anayoipata, kama ni masuala matibabu, kama ni masuala na elimu, kama ni masuala kadhalika, ndio yale ambayo Mpwani huku mwingine haswa anayapata. So kwani vyeo ndivyo ambavyo vinabadilisha taswira ya jamii? Tusitizanganyane hapa jamani, haswa tukija hapa tuwe na wakomavu wa kisiasa kutaka kulitakia hili taifa mema, kwa sababu tusilipige jibu wa bure, ili hali hii nyumba inanuka nyama. Huu mgogoro anayeumizwa hapa ni ule mkereketwa mimi na wewe ndio tumevutwa kamba. Hawa ni broad based government na hawa wanasema ni hawa hatuko kwa broad based government. Niambie outcome katika huo mvutano, nani anaumia? Alafu mimi nitaachia hapa. Asante.
Asante sana na labda kama sijakaribisha ndugu yangu Miguda, nadhani Simba bado yupo, kwa sababu nadhani tu kama Simba anaweza nijibu, kwa sababu kuna ile imani ambayo labda mtu anaweza kuwa nayo katika chama, ambapo wengi walikuwa nayo katika chama cha ODM, na unapata kwamba kuna wachache ambao labda wanaona kile imani ambao walikuwa nacho wanapoteza tumaini katika chama, na unapata kwamba kama ndugu yangu hapa anasema kwamba wacha mimi basi niwaachie nafasi niende kule, kwa sababu naona yale maadili na imani ambao nilikuwa nayo katika chama naona kama wanakeuka. Wewe Natembea, kuna wakati umekuwa na mazungumzo wale ambao wanafikiria badala wakasema kwamba hapana, na mkazungumza naye wakatoa hoja zao, mtoe hoja zenu, msikilizane, ama mliwacha tu wale wanataka kuenda waende, wacha sisi tubaki hapa? Simba. Simba amepotea kakangu. Nilikuwa niko na swali kwake. Joseph, habari gani kakangu?
Habari gani ndugu?
Mzuri, umepotelea wapi?
Nipo tu.
Sijui kama unanipata.
Leo mko na Simba Natembea hapa.
Acha Simba, Joseph, hebu acha Simba tujibu hii swali. Tunakupata vizuri, alafu Joseph aingie.
Brother Ben, nataka nikuambie demokrasia vile ilivyo ni uamuzi wa kila mmoja kujifanyia uamuzi wa kibinafsi, lakini kuna kuanga na kitu inaitwa msimamo wa chama. Sio huyu msimamo mwenye anaongea, kuna msimamo wa chama. So ikiwa kuna yule mtu ambaye atakuwa na maoni kinsani na msimamo wa chama, pia ndani ya chama kuna ile kitu yenye inaitwa nafasi ya mtu kutoa msimamo wake kama yeye mwenyewe. So jambo la kwanza, hawa wengine wote ambao wako na msimamo kinsani ndani ya chama wanaelewa sheria ya chama huwa inasema nini. So hauwezi lazimisha mtu eti lazima ufuate mimi, lazima ufuate maoni, lakini chama wakati kimechukua msimamo fulani, huo ndio unakuanga msimamo wa chama. Lakini ukiwa na msimamo tofauti, basi unajua sheria kitu yenye inasema.
Okay, sawa sawa. Okay, umemaliza kakangu? Nimempoteza. Joseph, habari gani?
Niko mzuri kabisa.
Wewe umepotelea, tukuoni.
Nipo mimi, nipo ni kazi tu kwa wingi.
Okay, sawa. Ni vizuri kufanya kazi ndio ili familia wapate cha kukula ama wasikose kwenda shule. Unajua tuliambiwa thamani ya mke ni mavazi na watoto pia wapeleke. Umesikia hiyo wimbo? Hiyo ndakwambia lazima umake sure amevaa vizuri, wamekula vizuri, watoto pia wakaenda shule. Ndio Les Wanyika alikuwa anatuimbia hivyo. Tunazungumzia ubabe. Ubabe nadhani kwa lugha ya Kimombo we call it the supremacy, the politics of supremacy in ODM, whereby we see everybody is fighting for political supremacy. So we are just asking, like, of this political supremacy, what effect does it have on the political party of ODM, being the fact that this is a party that have been there for 20 years?
Thank you. I came in a heated debate. I did not know what was being talked about by Msimamo and Simba Natembea. Nasikia naitwa Simba Natembea. I did not know what they were talking about. So I think it's about the ODM as a party. I would like to know more of what they were talking. You know, I just came late. So I can like to hear what they were talking about, because I cannot just come in and enter into a discussion just like that bila kusikia. Unajua nimesikia Simba na Tea, anaitwa na Tea, ameongea tu kitu kidogo sana. Ameongea tu kitu kidogo wakiwa na msimamo, sijasikia, nimeingia tu sasa.
So jambo ambalo tunazungumzia kakangu ni ile ubabe. Tunaona kwamba siasa za ubabe katika chama cha ODM, na tunapata kwamba kuna mrengo mbalimbali ndani ya ODM. Kuna yale mrengo ambayo iko na mtoto wake Winnie Odinga, ambaye pia wanasema kwamba vijana wadogo wapatiwe nafasi. Kuna ile mrengo ambao bado Orengo bado yuko pale, kuna ile mrengo ya Sifuna, na kila mtu anajaribu kukuwa na ubabe. Kuna wale ambao wanapinga serikali jumuishi ambayo ODM wako nayo na chama cha kitawala cha UDA, lakini unaona hii ni ubabe, na hii ubabe tunaona kwamba kugombana kwa madaraka, viongozi wanapigania ubabe na wanasahau malengo ya chama. Lengo ya chama cha ODM ni nini? Unajua, sasa wakipigana ubabe, sasa swali ni je, we kama mtu ni mtu ambao anaangalia siasa, unaona kama hii inafanya chama kinapoteza maarufu ama inafanya chama kinajulikana zaidi?
Asante. I think today I was watching some time back, a while I was watching about the presidency, how Moi got the presidency. And the one thing that I was listening was how KANU was working as a party. You know, if we want to talk about ODM, we need to go to a party that has been ruling for quite a while in Kenya. And I went to look at the likes of Kina KANU, and I saw that KANU as a party, the structures that were there, the structures did not even allow for young politicians to be able to have a say in the party. For example, the likes of Akina Tomboya. Tomboya was very vocal in that party, but the problem is he never got the reins of the party. They even took his life before even his political journey had started. He had already started, but it had not picked up as well. But it's like they knew that he's going to pick up his political journey very fast. So talking about ODM is the same crossroads that KANU was in. Even in the time of we came here and we talked with you and Mzalendo about 2000, and we talked about 1999, from 1997 to 2002, when we talked about Moi and how he played the people. You remember we were talking about that, and so many people left the party. You remember when we were talking about Raila Odinga being the Secretary General, and the likes of Akina Saitoti, how they got angry with how Moi brought in Uhuru Kenyatta as the flag bearer or the chairperson of KANU. I think that is the same thing that is ailing ODM. One thing that has happened with ODM, there has been favorism in that party. And not only favorism, it has also had something we call, they don't want to allow the young generation to take reins of the party. And it can be seen that the only young person in that group is only Edwin Sifuna. The other people, their age has already, you can see there are people of 45 and above years. And more so, even the party leader himself called himself the Gen Z. He calls himself the Gen Z and the youth leader of the party. So you can clearly see where it is going. They don't want these young people to get the party ownership. But one thing that has been stuck up in the mind of one Babu Owino, he has clearly read the rule book. Raila Odinga did not just come like that to get the Luo kingship. Raila Odinga fought for the Luo kingship, and he had people who are fighting him, the likes of Akina Orengo. And even it is shocking that even today I heard that also Tomboya was the one who was fighting Oginga Odinga. So we have a scenario where we are having a return of what happened in 19 1969, and the return of what happened in Orengo was fighting in the around 1997 there. They were fighting Orengo and Odinga. Now we have the likes of Kinababu Owino who want to take the reins of Luo politics. And it is going to be an affair that is not going to be very easy. It's going to be very ugly. Because even when Raila Odinga was taking this political journey of becoming the kingpin, he took the hard way, and he had so many people, and it was not easy, because if Orengo was fighting you, Orengo is a senior council. Imagine Orengo at the height when he was very young, and they are fighting with Raila Odinga. It was not an easy battle. So right now, Babu Owino has known the art. He has followed the rule book, and he knows that he needs to fight. And where do you take the fight at? You don't take fight to the leaders who are there. You take the fight to the people, the Luo people, and tell them now you need to decide. And I think also Obini Odinga has understood that thing. And I'm very certain that ODM, if they are not going to take care, it's going to become a shell of itself. If they continue with this, we might even have a split of the way people are saying ODM Asili and ODM Mpya or ODM Kenya. So we might have the likes of that if we are not very careful.
Yeah. All right. Asante sana. Now, let me just this when you look at it, because like you look at what is happening in ODM when we talk about the political supremacy, there are two supremacy battles that is being fought in ODM. There's that supremacy battle on who wants to control the Luo Nyanza politics, especially as an ODM. That's where we find the likes of Babu Owino, we have Wanga, we have Opiyo Wandayi, we have Mbadi, and all that the people who are coming from the lake. Then there's also the national supremacy battle, which is include Babu Owino is still there. We have people like the Coast Governor, Mombasa Governor is also fighting for that. We have now Othotsi come in, and Simbarati also come in. So that politics of supremacy, who controls who and who wants to inherit that Baba's base, and they're forgetting what party stood for. What did this party stand for? And that is, I think, what Msimamo was talking about. Because for the last 20 years, unajua ODM imekuwa ni chama ambalo inapigania sana sana haki ya wajamii, wale walala hoi. Ilikuwa ni mtetezi ya wanyonge, kwa Kiswahili tunaweza sema hivyo, kwa sababu unapata, na hiyo ndilikuwa siasa ya Raila Odinga. Na kuna baadhi ya vitu ambazo labda zimetoka ama vitu ambazo saa hizi labda watu ambao walikuwa wanaamini chama wanaona kwamba haziendani sawa na maadili yale ya chama. Ndio maana unapata wengi wako na ile kutoamini, yani wako katika ile hali ya kuchagua niende wako katika njia panda kwa kama naweza sema hivyo. Na labda hiyo nadhani na sasa wacha nikuulize Msimamo kabla sija
Can I add something on what you are saying?
Yeah.
Before you go to Msimamo, I can add something that you have clearly said there, that ODM was born through a struggle.
Yeah.
It was born through the struggle of us trying to kukataa ile constitution ambayo ilikuwa imeletwa na Kibaki. You remember it, the Mandizi versus the Chungwa. And it continued becoming a party which was based on the struggle, the struggle of ordinary Kenyans. But right now, if you want to take ODM to kutoka walala hoi to walala hai, that one will be the biggest blunder, because ODM has survived 20 years because they were fighting for the Kenyan people. Let me tell you, if they are going to decide to take it to the government, whether it is Joho, whether it is Badi, whether it is who, that party will be dead, Brother Benson. I'm telling you. Even if we go to election after 2027 and Ruto is pronounced the president, ODM will be dead as a party. You will never hear about ODM again. It will just have been sold. And I think Winnie knows about this. And that's why you hear her saying that kuna watu wameuza chama. She clearly knows what she's saying.
Okay, good evening people watching live. Nitawajoin soon. Tafadhali kuna link hapo juu, unaweza join, alafu utusaidie pia kwa mawazo, ama kwako mawazo lako ni gani, ama maoni yako ni gani kuhusiana na ubabe wa siasa ambao tunashuhudia pale katika chama cha ODM, kwamba kila mtu anataka kuwe msemaji wa chama, ama kila mtu anasema kwamba hichi ndio mambo ambayo tulikuwa nayo. Msimamo, wacha tuongelee maadili, kwa sababu maadili ni kitu ambacho kiko na msingi katika jamii. Tuseme kwamba maadili yetu ni haya, ama haya si maadili yetu, ama tuseme niseme kwamba kama kuna nembo, tuseme kwamba umeona hiyo nembo ya chungwa katika ODM, kuna ile jambo labda we mwenyewe unaona kwamba hii ODM inasimamia nini, na kwa saizi unaona hayo mapigano, unadhani maadili ya ODM itabakia kuwa kwa saizi, ama itakuwa inabaki tu ni kumbukumbu? Tutakuwa tunakumbuka katika miaka 20 ama katika miaka 5 iliyopita maadili ya chama ama maono ya chama ilienda na mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga. Kuna kumbukumbu ambazo tutakuwa tunanazo, ama hizi ni vitu yao itakuwa kiendelezo kwa watu ambao wamebaki?
Kwa kweli I won't be among the foes of the first order. Sitaingia hapo kwa sababu hili swali unaniuliza kaka yangu ni kwamba kama mambo yatakwenda yalivyo, itabaki historia. Kama misingi ambayo tunaizungumzia ni huyu kaka ambaye alikuwa hapa akisema wao waliachwa ndani ya broad based government, ndio tumesha mazima. Kwa hiyo hii legacy ambayo mzee ameacha itapatia hewani, kwa sababu haiwezekani wewe umeharibu kuku, ameharibu mayai yake, ameyatoa visa mfano, kisha nyewelee ya mwenzake ambaye analea vizuri useme hapo kutakuwa na uelewano. Kwa hiyo mwisho hapo, kama hatutachunga basi wote wawili naye pia huyu mwingine atatoa visa, ama hapa kama watoto basi watalazimisha wagawane, na ikifanya mchezo hata mwenye mayai ataweza songezwa kando. Ndio haya mambo nayaona kwa ODM, kwamba mimi nikubali kama msimamo kwamba ati chama hiki sitakiruhusu kiende popote kwa sababu nilikianzisha. Sasa kwa kuwa nilikianzisha na mimi nisimame hapo, ni jambo ambalo mimi linanishangaza, linanipa kichefuchefu. That's why nasema those who are believing on broad-based government are going to kill this hii chama wataiua immediately, kwa sababu ndio malengo hayo na ndio makusudio. Kama hawajapita hii jicho la tatu wakavuta ni nini tunaelekea. Na baba alizungumza wazi before aende, na hii kweli hatutaki kuichukulia, ni hatutaki kuifuata, kwamba who told you kwamba hatutakuwa na mgombezi, kumaanisha kwamba ODM ilikuwa iko pale kwa sababu ya kwamba iko huru. Haikuwa hatimeungana kabisa kikamilifu, bado ilikuwa huru. Waliongana ni wale ambao ni viongozi wachache, ili kutuliza joto la watoto ambao walikuwa wamelianzisha katika hili taifa, kwa kuhofia baba, kwa sababu ni mzalendo wa kweli, kwamba huenda nchi ikaharibika vibaya mno. Only the way ya kuisecure hii ni kuhakikisha kwamba nimedonate our experts, but ODM still ilikuwa na misingi yake. Now tunatarajia kwamba hapa hati tupate mazuri ndani ya broad based government. Kwa sababu nini? Kwanza ni kuwa chama. Pili, tufunguke mazima kwamba ODM ilikuwa inafuata, inajali kile ambacho imeipigania, ambacho ni katiba ya nchi. Jamani, tuambiane ukweli, kule ambako tunakokwenda katiba inapelekwaje? Ilikuwepo ama kulikuwa ni miongoni walioipinga hiyo katiba ndio sasa hivi wako kifua mbele? So kama hawa ndio mnawakaribisha kwa jambo ambalo limepigiwa haswa na kiongozi wa hiki chama mwenda zake, ndio tena mnawakaribisha tena hati hao wasimamishe katiba na ODM isimame? Jamani, sasa na kusubiri maembe chini ya mnazi. Sasa sijui utanipa jibu gani kaka yangu?
Okay, majibu iko
chini ya mti wa mabuyu.
Sasa labda tu kabla Joseph hajaingia, mimi nataka kupatia historia fupi, na hii ni kama pia ni kumbukumbu ambayo labda sisi pia tumeona, tukiona kwamba mwenda zake ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na vyama ambazo alianzisha wakati ambapo alikuwa hai mpaka ikafika ODM. Unapata kwamba hizo vyama LDP na NDP, na unapata kwamba alipokuwa anahama kwa hizi vyama, watu walikuwa wanahama na yeye, na ikafika mahali watu walikuwa wanasema kwamba yeye mwenyewe, mwenda zake mwenyewe, alikuwa maarufu kuliko hata chama ambacho kilibuniwa. Unapata kwamba watu hawakukuwa wanapenda hivyo vyama ambapo vilibuniwa hapo awali na yeye, lakini watu walikuwa wanampenda yeye na sera zake. Ndio maana akihamia chama fulani ama atoe maelekezo kwamba tunaenda upande huu, utapata kwamba asilimia kubwa ama asilimia karibu 100 watakuwa wanaenda na yeye. Na kwa sababu yeye ndiye alikuwa ni kivutio ama yeye ndiye alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa ameshikilia sana watu katika siasa zake, watu wanahofia ama wengi wanahofia kwamba jambo hili kikajirudia katika chama cha ODM kwa miezi ambazo zinakuja. Labda wewe kwa maoni yako utakuwa ni sahihi ama kuna ukosefu wa, kama utakuwa unasema hapo usijasema si kweli?
Hapo mwisho sikupapata kwa sababu nilikuwa napisha pikipiki kidogo hapa, ndo ukelele ukawa umenzidi.
Okay.
Hapa mwisho sitaki kukosa kila aspect, unajua ndo nitajenga hoja yangu vizuri kaka yangu.
Hoja ni sasa, kwa sababu mwenda zake ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na mvutio na nilikuwa ni kama mshikaji, alikuwa ameshika watu, ndio watu walikuwa wanapenda akisema tuende upande hili, hata maviongozi fulani katika chama cha ODM wanasema kwamba baba akisema tuende right tunaenda right, baba akisema tuende left tunaenda left. Kwa sababu sasa unadhani kutakuwa na kushikamana katika chama kwa sababu hayupo, ama watu watakuwa wanaenda mazao, kila mtu atakuwa anaenda zake?
Kaka, siku zote mtu mkubwa ukianguka basi ndege huyumba. Lakini wanafaa wakishayumba watafute tena kivuli kipya kwa kutulia kwanza. Kisha wakishatulia kwanza, hapo wanavuga, wanapanga ni mti gani ambao tena wataweza kutegemea tena kama kivuli. Right? Sasa ndugu yangu, hii misingi ambayo mzee wetu ameweza kuiacha, na kwa nini alikuwa na upendo na wengi? Jambo la kwanza, alikuwa hajiangalia yeye mwenyewe binafsi, wala hakuwa anaangalia jamii yake. Alikuwa anasimama kitaifa, ana sura ya utaifa, ana roho ya utaifa, despite yote ambayo amepitia nayo, lakini utaifa ulikuwa uko pale mbele. Kwa hivyo ulikuwa unamwinvolve yeyote yule ambaye ni mwananchi mkweli. Hiyo sifa hiyo ndio ambayo ilikuwa ni almasi ya kuweza kuificha na kuidumisha ndani ya chama. Heshima ingedumu hapo. Hangeruhusu mwingine kutoka nje aje awapangie mji wenu ulivyo. Ni ngumu kuja kupangia Bernard na Benson, ndugu yangu, wewe kukwambia mji wako sasa utopeleka hivi. Na kama kingine mzee wa hiyo boma ameenda, ni nyinyi watoto sasa mkae ngangari, mseme baba alisema hivi na tuko hapa. Onyesheni makali, kwani ni nini? Lakini kwa sababu ya wachache ambao walafi, ila walishazoea kwamba ukuta wa mwananchi ndio ambao ndio silaha peke yake, ndio hawa wanaojitokeza kwamba tuko ndani ya broad based government, but who are benefiting ni yule normal citizen ambaye yuko pale. Lakini kama ni jambo la ODM, mimi nitazungumza siku zote, ODM haikuwa ya Wanyanza peke yake tu aluo, ilikuwa imedominate na alikuwa, kwa sababu namgusa Mkenya. Kwa hivyo kila mtu alikuwa pale. Sasa huu mvutano huu tunaushuhudia kaka, mimi nikimalizia nitasema hivi. Huu mvutano huu, wale waliokaza kwenye kweli na kusimama na kweli, hakika Mungu hata waacha waaibike, wataisimamisha ODM. Hata wabaki wachache wawili, lakini wenye nia swafi watakiimarisha hiki chama kuliko wengi ambao hawana nia swafi, kwa sababu wamekaribishwa haswa na wamemkaribisha haswa mgeni kukitawala, kuwatawala. Tuone watapanga lipi. Watakapanga kipi kama chama, kama jirani na chama chake, lakini mnachokipanga nyinyi jirani anakijua kila kitu? Wapi mtaficha siri zenu?
Okay.
Tusidanganyane hapa. Tusidanganyane hapa. Ni lazima tuzungumze kweli kwamba ODM ni chama huru, ni chama cha Kenya. Kwa hivyo maamuzi ya kwanza ya kumchagua nani atakuwa mrithi yalikuwa mikononi mwa mwananchi. Waseme wachague. Wazunguka kama walivyozunguka Pwani wakati ule, wakazunguka na kila mahali. Wazunguke wawape wananchi waseme wenyewe. Wangemtaja. Basi ni Sifuna, tungeambiwa ni Sifuna. Ni Winnie Odinga, tungeambiwa ni Winnie Odinga. Ni mzee wetu Oburu, tungeambiwa ni Oburu. Tungeambiwa Babu Owino. Pale wingi wa wananchi wamezungumza, wangesimama pale pale. Maana maono Baraka itamshukia yule yule. Hata kile kivuli kule, haswa Baraka ya kivuli cha mwenda zake kitamganda haswa yule ambaye amechaguliwa kwa wingi, kwa sababu baba misingi yake ilikuwa ni ya taifa, wala haikuwa ya jamii moja peke yake. Asante. Mimi nitaachia pale.
Asante sana kakangu kwa hoja nzuri ambayo umetupatia. Joseph, wacha nikutoe katika reli kidogo. Leo nilikuwa nasoma mahali. I was reading somewhere, and going forward in 2027, I don't know how true it is that they are saying that the president, that is President William Ruto, will be using the ministers, or do we say that the cabinet secretaries, in their various areas where they come from, to campaign for the president. I saw it in one of the papers. I don't know how true it is, but if that is the case, how will it turn out?
Thank you. I need to talk a few because I am supposed to go and hear the Rigathi is having a presser. You know, I like to hear when he's exposing some of the things.
No, I'm here and I'm checking both sides. I have one of the screen whereby I'm checking he's supposed to come.
Yeah. I think after 7:35 there will start. So what I'll say is it's not our shocker. They have been using CSs to do campaigns. Has it started? Has it started now? It is. Will it start with what he's saying? They have been using CSs. Even Uhuru used CSs. Akina Matiang'i. We could see them. Akina Munya, they were campaigning. So it's not a shocker. If he wants to use the CSs, let them use them. But the problem is, why did we even say that CSs are supposed to become, what do we call them? They were told that they are supposed to become technocrats. Let's stop the word technocrats and take it back to where it was. It is just a violation of our constitution. We are raping the constitution left, right, and center. Let's take it back to where it was. We say that let the MPs, somebody from the ministerial become an MP, then you can give him the seats. But you know, we brought in MPs who even don't have credentials to be ministers of these certain ministries, to be cabinet secretaries of this ministry. So let him do what he wants, because how will you stop him if he needs to use them? They are still, now even leave the CSS. You can clearly see the Speaker of the National Assembly campaigning, Speaker of the National Assembly, and then Speaker of the Senate. They are doing campaigns, seats that are supposed to be neutral. What do? We just allow them. There is nothing you can do in the times of campaign. We just clear them. So it's not a shocker to me. Yeah. But what I would love to say is Laban Misiani is a good friend of mine. Even though he says two-term, you know, he comes here and tells us two-term. What makes me shocked is ODM is dying in Kisii, but he's not even trying to support ODM in Kisii. You know, you cannot come here and say that ODM iko two-term, lakini Kisii ni kukufa inakufa bwana. You should be doing something there. You know, it's very shocking to me that ODM had candidates in Kisii. Did they have any candidates in Kisii by elections?
No. Nadhani Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua ameanza
I'll just ninataka tu nijibu hiyo Benson. ODM ilikuwa na candidates Kisii?
Hapana, hawakuwa nayo.
So it is dying, and Laban Misiani is here saying two-term. We should clearly start doing grassroots in Kisii to bring umaarufu ya ODM back to Kisii, because I can see a place where even ODM will not get MPs in Kisii. If the MCAs to get is very hard, what about MPs? So labda misiani msimamo asikukule akili ni kama kugojea maembe chini ya mti wa mabuyu Sikusumbue sana hilo. Ni rafiki yangu sana labda misiani.
Labda ni rafiki hapa, lakini unajua pia ni vizuri, unajua kitu ambacho mimi nafurahia Laban Misiani ni ameamua, na tena ni mtu ambaye anatetea hoja zake kulingana na uamuzi wake.
Ni kabisa brother Benson, lakini nilimuuliza ni mazuri gani amefanyiwa na serikali. Tulikombana na yeye siku moja hapa. Bali akashindwa.
Labda tuseme
naingia, unaona naingiaga anatoroka.
Ubaya hapa alikuwa ameukinyaga hapa kwa msimamo, maana hapa kweli ukiziona mbavu unaweza sema nchanga lakini zimepinda hizi.
Labda Misiani ni mukisi. Kwanza kule Matiang'i anaonesha moto. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuambia msimamo, wasikustue sana. Unajua nila kujaga hapa anapotea. Akiniona hezi ingia live anatoroka. Okay, hoja pale si hoja.
Tuko Rigathi Gachagua naona ameanza mazungumzo.
Tupeleke bwana, kama unaweza tupeleka hapo ama tutumike tumwangalie pande nyingine.
Hebu acha niangalie kama kuna uwezekano.
But just what's your view on the by-election? How would you rate it, as well as how would you rate our EBC?
Thank you very much, Dennis, and most welcome. I'm very glad to have KTN here with me tonight. Your station has
Kasauti unaweza kaongeza kidogo kaka?
In telling Kenyans as it is.
Let me see.
Your sister newspaper, The Standard, is now the newspaper of choice because of good editorial policy, of being very objective, being straightforward, and telling the people of Kenya the truth. And I want to encourage KTN and The Standard to continue, because objective journalism is good for our democracy, is good for our country. So I'm very happy to have you here. We have come from by-elections. That was a small dance. The main dance is here to come. And you know, there is a saying that you don't want to dance yourself lame before the main dance. I am more concerned about the main dance, the one for 2027, the general election. The by-elections have come and gone, and they don't reflect the political situation in the country, really. Malava was a sham, Bere was a sham. It was not possible to have a free and fair election in those two constituencies because of the level of violence by the state and goons. In Malava, some people are even, they silted their stomach and removed intestines. Some areas, skulls were broken and they removed the brain. And there was just too much violence in Malava and voter suppression. In areas where Seth Panyako was strong, goons under the supervision of police unleashed terror on the people of Malava. And even the candidate, Seth Panyako, was beaten up by police and goons. And IBC is just quiet. I saw them the other day do a postmortem, and the chairman never even made any reference to the level and amount of violence that was seen in Malava. The same way in Bere. We saw a cabinet secretary take over a polling station, beat up personally in a company of police and goons, overran a polling station, beat up the agents, beat up the clerks, the presiding officer, and went ahead to stuff ballots into the ballot box. And the IBC is unconcerned. And in Narok, myself, I was met with a lot of violence by police on the 24th, during the last day of the campaign. Despite us having a scheduled rally in Narok town, the police barricaded all roads leading to Narok to stop me from getting to Narok to campaign for my candidate, Douglas Maskonde. But as it were, you know, I'm a villager. And a villager in his normal environment is very good. So I know my way around the villages. And the Maasai are also very good villagers. So with the help of the Maasais, they were able to map some routes for me to get to Narok from Tolele, and I go to Narok in a helmet because stones were raining on me. Like bullets were directed to my car. There was just too much violence. So the by-elections really cannot tell you exactly the mood of the country politically, because the atmosphere of those by-elections was not conducive for a free and fair election.
Mr. Gachagua, you've raised allegations in terms of the violence that was meted on many during the by-election. You say that there was stuffing of ballot boxes. And with this, one would hope that you would take these complaints to court or raise them with IEBC.
I think
have you raised these with IEBC? What is their response? Are you going to court to challenge elections in areas where you say there are problems?
I personally, where I had candidates for DCP, I'm not going to court. I put 5 candidates, one in Magarini, and we performed very well. We were credible second. Despite the irregularities, I think we did very well, and I'm happy with the outcome. I had a candidate in Purko Ward in Kajiado, a seat previously held by ODM. UDA was number 1. We came very close by, and ODM was a distant third. And I think we did very well. In Narok town, despite the violence, despite the voter suppression, despite voter bribery, and making it almost difficult to carry out the by-election, DCP won and beat everybody hands down. Again, we beat ODM, UDA, and all those other parties in Kariobangi North, in Nairobi, as cosmopolitan area. Again, we did very well in Kisa East, in Quisero constituency in Kakamega. I think ODM was number 9, UDA was number 10. We emerged victorious. And what it means is that, since we formed DCP was formed just the other day. It's only 7 months old. It's a very young party. But out of the 24 by-elections, we won 3. And to shame our detractors, William Ruto and company, they have been spreading propaganda that DCP is a tribal party, it's a party for the mountain. We won in Quisero. Quisero is 600 kilometers from the mountain. There are no mountain people who live in Kakamega. It's the Luya nation who live there. We won here in Nairobi in a cosmopolitan environment where all communities are. We won here in Nairobi. In Narok, our candidate was a Ma. It was not a Kikuyu. And the Ma people and the other communities that live there, subscribe to the philosophy of DCP, of listening to the people. Our party is listening to the ground. And what I want to say is that the by-elections give DCP an opportunity to show its national outlook, its acceptance across Kenya. And this is the party to watch, I can tell you.
Yeah.
And we've just come in. That was a very strong showing for a young party. But as I told you, this was a small dance.
Yeah.
We are looking forward to the main dance.
As we look forward to the main dance, Mr. Gachagua, one would say in area that you performed very well, you heaped praise on the performance. That means it is an election as well that was carried out by IEBC. The areas that the United Opposition performed poorly, you say that election was rigged. One would say that is double speak because it is the very same institution that carried out the election.
I am not saying the election was conducted well we won. In Narok, it is the resilience of the Narok people that made that election happen. The officer commanding police station Narok was forced by the DIG to surrender command to Bete Maina, the women rep from Murang'a, and he said no. He was transferred to Turkana. You can check. The OCS Narok was transferred on the 24th, 2 days before the elections, because he was being told to cede police command to a member of parliament, and he said he cannot. The woman representative of Murang'a took over the police command in Narok. She's the one who was commanding police operations. And she unleashed terror to the people of Narok town. People were beaten up. People were injured. But the people were resilient. And especially when I went there, forcibly, when the police were stopping me, when live ammunition was fired at my car, when stones were raining on me, and I was very brave and courageous, I give people the impetus and the courage that they should not be intimidated. We won the election, but It was not a free and fair environment. It's really people fought, you know, and exactly this is what will happen in the general election. I have no doubt in my mind. Kenyans will not agree to be suppressed by goons and police in 2027. I have no doubt in my mind. What I saw in Narok is what we want to encourage across the country. In Kariobangi, there was a lot of violence and voter suppression. But the people there were determined. They wanted to elect a leader whom they want, and they did it. In Kisa, there was a lot of violence. So I am not saying that in areas where DCP won, it was a fair contest. It wasn't. They won against many odds. In fact, in Narok, if there was no voter suppression, our candidate who got 6,000 votes would have gotten 12,000. But there was a lot of voter suppression, you know, intimidating women and young people to make sure that they don't go to vote. So what I'm saying is, why I'm not worried as a leader in this country, it is possible to intimidate people in a by-election using goons and police. It is not possible to do so during the general election. There are not enough goons to intimidate people in the country. Every goon will be in his constituency, and he will be dealt with by the local people. The police will have no capacity to escort goons to cause mayhem, because in a general election, you need 2 police officers in every polling station. We have 45,000 polling stations in Kenya. You need 90,000 police officers. They are never enough. In fact, they borrow manpower from KWS and KFS. So what I'm saying, and I want to assure the people of Kenya, there will be no police officers to escort goons to come and intimidate you. So deal with the goons, and they will be dealt with, I can tell you. Even these goons are only a problem because they have police escort, who have guns, who have live ammunition. If the goons were trying to intimidate the people of Kenya on their own, they will be dealt with by the people of Kenya. But Kenyans, you know, start back a little bit, because normally they are backed. Like when we were at Kariobangi, when we went to celebrate our candidate, Wanyoike, for winning the Kariobangi North seat, the goons came to church, but they were driven away by the Christians, only for them to come back under police escort. Police backed them with bullets, with tear gas. You know, police were tear gassing children and the clergy so that they can create confusion and allow the guns to attack our people. But if the police keep away, goons are not a challenge in this country. They will be dealt with by the people of Kenya in a very, very, very expeditious manner. So I want to assure the people that what they saw during the by-election is not possible in a general election. Nobody has that capacity during a general election to cause mayhem, to intimidate people, to do voter suppression. I can tell you the people of Kenya will make sure that voting is orderly. There is no...
So Congress probably just did the most brilliant thing I've seen for gun owners in a while. Thanks to the new national reciprocity law, you can now officially apply to have your multi-state concealed carry permit processed online as long as you're a law-abiding American citizen. And it costs nothing to process this.
If all along you have been speaking the same language, is it a question of where I did not have a member, it is none of my business? How then does that speak in terms of united opposition and how united it is? Every party is distinct.
We are united in purpose in terms of getting a single presidential candidate to face William Ruto. That we are united. But we are not united in the nitty-gritties and the day-to-day operations of every political party. I went to Bere to help the Democratic Party, but they are in charge of their own operations. The DP leader, Justin Muturi, has told me they are going to court, and I wish them well. And it's important that they do.
Would you support him as it goes to court?
I don't need to support. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot help. But I think they should go to court, because what happened in Bere is unacceptable. From my own view, the UDA candidate will not garner more than 5,000 votes. There was a lot of voter bribery. There was a lot of coercion of elderly women and men who are recipients of the cash transfer program. About 7,000 elderly people in Mbere were intimidated by chiefs, by Nyumba Kumi, by elders, that if they don't vote for UDA, their money will be discontinued. So they went to vote for that candidate under duress. And I want to tell our elderly, this cash transfer program is not a gift from William Ruto. It is money that is voted for by the National Assembly. It is appropriated. It is your right as elderly citizens to receive this money. And it does not depend on the goodwill of William Ruto for you to continue receiving this money. I want to tell them as we go to the general election, because the chiefs were called the other day and told of the success of Bere and Malava, how the chiefs and Nyumbakumi intimidated elderly people who received the cash transfer program to vote for the UDA candidate. And they were told to replicate the same across the country. Let me ask our people to tell their mothers and their fathers that fund, that program, is not a gift by William Ruto to the elderly people. It is a government program. These are funds that are voted for and appropriated in the National Assembly. They are from public funds, and they don't have to vote for William Ruto or his candidates for them to continue receiving that. In fact, if I'm elected president, and I think I will, I intend to increase that fund from 2,000 to 5,000 because it's not enough. In fact, other than threatening these elderly people that if they don't vote for William Ruto, he will discontinue the program, what myself I'm telling them is that we must increase that fund from 2,000 to 5,000 to be able to help the old people. And it's their right. Even when they vote for me, it's not a favor. You know, it is their right as senior citizens in this country. And these are public funds. They are not from the president. They are not from his palm. They are not from his pocket. These are public funds. So our people should not be intimidated that if they don't vote for William Ruto in 2027, as the chiefs have been directed to go and threaten them. And I want to ask them to ignore those threats. And we'll be telling them the following 1 year, the whole of 2026, where we go, we'll be telling the elderly people, please, you must cast your vote where you want. You should not be intimidated by government that if you don't vote for William Ruto or UDA candidates, that this fund where you are given 2,000 shillings every month can be discontinued.
Now, so let's remain a little bit in Bere, and I want to look at a situation where, as you talk about the mountain, you have packaged yourself to be, one would say, the kingpin or the spokesperson of the mountain. And we look at the by-election and how much effort was put in the mountain, especially to win the Bere seat. But we look at the results of the by-election, and one would say, seems as if Gachagua does not have the hold of mountain, that the people have spoken otherwise, despite you coming out saying that you have mountain by your side, but results
I am
show
not
otherwise.
saying, I don't want to say I have the mountain. The people of the mountain listen to me. And what happened in Bere is not a yardstick. To start with, UDA did not win that seat. I can tell you for free. Yeah, that election was buggered. UDA spent over 800 million bribing people. Ministers were there, PSs, heads of parastatals, goons. Even those people who are saying that they won, that they defeated us. Yes, they defeated us in bribing people, in stealing public funds to bribe people. That they defeated us. And they beat us hands down because, one, we cannot steal public funds. We have no capacity. We have no capacity, and we are also not thieves. Number two, they beat us in sending goons to beat their own kinsmen. That one, they beat us, as we have no capacity to mobilize goons to beat our people. You know, we can't do that even if it's an election. I regard Gachagua can never, mobilize goons to beat the people of Bere. These are my kinsmen. So what they beat us in is use of public funds to bribe people, voter suppression using goons and violence, where ministers were beating women. That's that one they beat us, we agree. But on the actual vote, they lost. And I don't want to dwell too much on it. And I also want to tell those people, William Ruto doesn't understand the mountain. And these young boys who hang around him are juveniles. They don't understand the mountain. If they took time to study the history of Bere, they will not be all over yapping and celebrating. Bere North is a constituency that was called Chicago. That constituency since 1992. On the presidential vote, they vote with the rest of the mountain. All other elections are a local affair because they have serious issues of clans and other local dynamics that are very unique to them. In the year 2002, Chicago, then Bere North, today, voted for Mwai Kibaki and Anak 98%. Nobody wanted to hear about Moi and Kanu. Yet the people of Bere North Chicago as it was called then, went ahead to elect Justin Muturi Adakano in 2002. The following election in 2007, they voted for Mwai Kibaki, 97% at the PNU. They rejected J.B. Muturi with PNU and elected Lene Kevuti and Asafina. In 2013, the people of Mbeere North, like the rest of the mountain, they voted for Uhuru Kenyatta under TNA, went ahead to elect Jagagua and Abbas. That's how dynamic it is. All those people in Mbeere, including those who voted for the UDA candidate, are one-term people. In matters presidential, the people of Mbeere North and Mbeere South, they vote with the rest of the mountain. That's why I've not even bothered myself. It's not even an issue. It's not, as far as I'm concerned, it's not even an issue because I understand the dynamics of those two constituencies and the way they are voting is all the time. But I want to tell you from what happened, UDA can celebrate. It's a forced celebration. Even themselves, even Ruto himself, he knows. If you spend 800 million for 15,000 votes, yeah, a vote is worth almost 60,000. I mean, what are you saying? What are you telling people?
I mean, in that election...
And the opposition did not have money to spend. They have stolen money from nobody. They have no access to public funds. They were just selling policies. They were just selling their candidate. When you spend 800 million in a constituency, that's why I want to tell these UDA fellows, they are celebrating nothing. During the general election, they will be their own. Kila mtu atakuwa kwake, anang'ang'ana kwake. Mtu atakuwa sugoi, there will be no goons to help you. There will be no police to help you. You will have to go and fight your own battle.
In Mbeere, as we just wrap up the conversation around that, there is the aspect that is Moses Kuria part of United Opposition because we saw him present a candidate through Chama Chakazi. And in your own deduction, would you say that affected in one way or the other?
It did. It did. You see, when the elders of Mbeere approached me, it's because of the clan dynamics. Newton Karis and Boy, the one who was in DCP who went to Kuria, come from one clan. And the elders told me, if we have the two candidates, it's not good. You know, the other guy, the one who is said to have won, comes from a different clan. So they asked me to step down this guy so that this clan can have one candidate. And it made a lot of sense because I understand the Mbeere people and the clan dynamics. Because I'm from the mountain, I understand those things. So I withdrew the candidate. But then the government approached Kuria. Kuria is part of the Ruto administration.
He's not in United
No, he is part of it. His party, the Chama Chakazi, is one of the many wheelbarrows I talk about. You know, Ruto has so many wheelbarrows in the mountain, the parties that he uses for his own use. So he called that wheelbarrow to get this guy. This guy got 2,500 votes. Those votes, because of the clan dynamics, would have gone to Newton Karis. Yeah? Despite the theft of the election and the voter suppression and the bribery and the violence, probably if those votes went to him, it would have been different. And I have told the people of the mountain, this is going to happen a little bit more. There are so many wheelbarrows in the mountain. And William Ruto will be checking where it is. He introduces 2-3 wheelbarrows to divide the vote. And as it were, people are very intelligent. People now even know. I'm even happy that it happened because I've been talking about it. And people now can see what I've been telling them. That Ruto has many wheelbarrows in the mountain that he will be unleashing to interfere with the outcome of elections in various constituencies and counties. So people must be aware which is their party, which is the party they can rely on, and we'll call out the wheelbarrows so that people know them. When they see them, they know they are wheelbarrows. Yeah, but Kuria and Ruto are one, and they were on the same side, you know, and that is the way it was planned. And it defeated what I had done because I had withdrawn the candidate to allow the United Opposition to have one candidate to face the other. But you see now, through Kuria, another candidate was introduced to divide the vote for Newton Karis.
Now, you've said you do not trust IEBC, yet the ballot 2025, as we call it at Standard Media Group, is a litmus test on what is to happen in 2027. If we look at what has happened in 2025 and that pending credence in the sense that in 2027 we might see more and more of this, like you said, we might have more wheelbarrow parties, as you call them, in 2027. How are you going to the election with an IEBC that you do not trust?
Well, we don't have a choice. What we have to do is just improve our mechanism to gather our votes. And the people will gather the votes. Despite the voter suppression, despite the violence, despite the intimidation, the people of Narok made their point. The people of Kenya will do so. And it's good these by-elections have happened. We have now known the use of goons. The people will be prepared to deal with goons. I can tell you, these goons will not disturb anybody any other time in this country. They will be dealt with. The use of police in civilian clothes, people will deal with it. We are very happy that these by-elections happened. We have known what Ruto intends to do, the use of goons and police for voter suppression, for interfering with the will of the people. It is good it has happened in good time. We're going to educate our people. There will be a lot of civic education in the next 1.5 years. As we start meetings in February, wherever we go, we'll be educating our people. Again, let me also tell you, it is easy to bungle a by-election because you are dealing with one vote. In Narok, we had one agent. What will happen in 2007? There will be 10 agents for the MCs. There will be another 6 agents for the MP. There will be another 4 agents for the governor. There will be another 4 agents for the senator. There will be another 3 agents for the women rep. There will be 6 agents for the president. You will find in a classroom, there are 30 agents. And those 30 agents, you cannot make them agree on how to bungle the election because they have different interests. So what will happen is that all of them will protect the credibility of the vote. You know, the agents, because they are many, they will protect the credibility of the vote. Again, each candidate will organize men to protect the polling station from goons. But you see now, in Bere, there was only one candidate. His capacity to protect the polling station is diminished because he's just one person. But where you have 6, you have more than 40 candidates in a polling station fighting. Each one is fighting to win. Those people, they will mobilize 20, 30, 40 people each. There will be 500 people outside there saying you cannot interfere with this election. Yeah. And you know, it's good it has happened. Kenyans are wiser, you know. The Maasais in Narok are saying, had we known that you said goons here, wangekuta sisi tungewangoja. So 2027, the Maasais in Narok will be waiting. They will protect the polling station with their means, and they have the means to protect the polling station from anybody, including the police. So we want to say the police is very embarrassing that the National Police Service have made goons a part of the service. They work together. IG has rendered the command of the National Police Service to politicians. It's a shame. It's so sad. It's unbelievable at this age that goons can take over the National Police Service. You know, it's unbelievable. Even the other day, the president said that all the goons who attacked us in Kariobangi should be arrested and charged. The following day, the National Police spokesman gave some 80 names. It is 1 week. None has been taken to court. And they will not be taken because they are part of government. These are government goons who are organized by the PS Internal Security. So nobody will take them to court. So the president is just wasting our time. He's just enjoying the people of Kenya, saying we don't want goons. I've directed IG, he stands there, he salutes. It's 1 week since he gave the instruction. The names were given, who has been taken to court. And nobody will be taken to court because these goons are part of the government arrangement to manage politics. So what will happen is that the people of Kenya will prepare themselves to deal with the goons, to deal with the police. And that is what will happen in 2027.
Gachagua, let us talk about the united opposition. So here is a question where you made a statement in terms of zoning Nairobi for DCP, and that elicited a lot of conversation because even Wiper party leader Kalonzo Musyoka said, we have not gotten into any discussion in terms of zoning. And many have equally just described you as a bully, that within the united opposition, it's either Gachagua's way or the highway. Is that the case?
I don't think I've said it's either my way or the highway, but I'm the party leader of DCP. And I have my party to market. I must market my party and I must fight for its rightful space in any dispensation. What we have agreed as United Opposition is in Nairobi is that we'll have an arrangement where we are not having friendly fire because we will lose. Nairobi is complicated, and there are voting patterns that have been there in history. There are areas where Wiper is strong. There are areas where DCP is strong. If Wiper and DCP fight, we could give way to UDA. And all I was saying is that we have an arrangement. That is true. Even Kalonzo has clarified. He didn't say we have not spoken. What he was correcting is the impression that was given by the press that I said these seats are being reserved for DCP. I never said such a thing. What I said is that between DCP and Wiper, among ourselves, we will take all these seats. That's what I said. I didn't say they'll be for DCP.
That's not the statement you made.
No, that's what I said. I said between DCP and Wiper, we'll take 16 out of 17.
But Mr. Gachagua, you're quoted saying that in Nairobi, the governor position would go to DCP.
I said yes. I said
you said
yes.
That
I did.
Senator position would go to DCP.
I did.
You said that 17 seats of member of parliament would go to DCP.
No, I didn't say that.
At what point
I did.
Did you say that you sat with Kalonzo and
these are hands-on, non-desk employees, whether they're in the shop or out in the field. That's why we had to get Connect Team.
Did not come out.
No, you are also putting words in my mouth. What I said is between myself and Kalonzo, we have had discussions on how we make sure that we take the majority seats in Nairobi by not fighting among ourselves. And I said, I'll be fighting for DCP to be given governor, to be given senator, to be given women rep. I'll fight. It does not mean because I'll fight, I'll get, but I must fight. You see, my friend, if you want to go somewhere, you must be ambitious. You must anchor your party properly. I would like my party to take governor. I would like it to take senator. I would like it to take women rep. That does not mean because I would like it to take it, it'll take. We'll negotiate. And then I said, out of the 17 seats, we'll fight for 16 out of 17 among ourselves. I didn't say they are for DCP. The people of the press went ahead to say that I said these seats are for Kikuyus. Because the press, most of it has been pocketed by William Ruto to say DCP is a Kikuyu party. DCP is not a Kikuyu party. I want a seat in Kisa, we want a seat in Narok, we want a seat in Nairobi. Nobody talked about Kikuyus in that church. I talked about DCP. And to tell me that DCP is synonymous to Kikuyu is erroneous. It isn't erroneous. It is not synonymous to Kikuyus. Kikuyus are in DCP, yes. So are many other Kenyans. So what I say, and Kalonzo has clarified, we have not agreed on who is to get what. But what we have agreed is that among ourselves, we'll go for all these seats, and it's doable because we have regional tendencies, we have previous voting patterns, and looking at it on paper, it is possible for the United Opposition to get 16 out of 17. And those 16, the DCP will get his fair share commensurate to his strength and presence in Nairobi. But people want to twist what I say, that DCP will take everything or DCP wants to intimidate Wiper. In fact, I went ahead to affirm the place of Kalonzo Musyoka in Nairobi politics. I did. I say this guy has been making ODM win all these seats, and I want this time to help me in DCP win most of them. That's what I said. So how do you say we are intimidating Wiper and Kalonzo when we are actually affirming his place and role and influence in Nairobi politics? You know, and I can tell you, for the longest, most of the seats that ODM has gotten in Nairobi is because of the support of Wiper. It is that support I'm looking for. And I have every right for my party to reach out to Kalonzo to help DCP. I mean, whom do people think I am? I should not fight for my party. I should not look for a strategy on how I can win more seats in Nairobi. I would be foolish not to do that. And I have reached out to Kalonzo, and I'll continue reaching out to him. If Kalonzo can help DCP to get 8, 9, 10, so be it. If DCP can help him get 5, 6, so be it. And I can tell you, this Nairobi is a discussion because you must sit down. You can't have friendly fire. It is not wise. It is unstrategic. And that's all I said. And you know, I had some people say, oh, Rigiji should not give out his strategy or his secret. There is no secret. I'm an open book. Myself, I talk for the people who are my supporters. And they have every right to know what I'm planning for them. I don't want hidden cards and hidden, games. Ati tuende tukutane hapo na Kalonzo, tupanga hapo kisiri. I am not that kind of a person. Mimi tukikubaliana kitu na wewe, nasema tumekubaliana namna hii, so that my supporters know the kind of deal I'm entering them into. We are in the problem we are with because we never told people what we had agreed with William Ruto. Had we told people what we had agreed with William Ruto, we will not be where we are.
Rigathi Gachagua, you've mentioned about strategy. The government has mentioned you that you are rudderless, you are planless, that you have no agenda for the people of Kenya. Tonight, let's talk about the agenda. We talk about where we find ourselves today. In January, we have education, students going back to school. And with that, we have seen the entire, in terms of capitation, how that has been a problem in the country. In the teachers, the JSS teachers, senior school teachers have warned that they would down tools. And as we talk about the agenda and talking about education, you say that you want to be president of the Republic of Kenya. DCP wants to form government. United Opposition wants to form government. What is the agenda on fixing everything that we see today, especially in the education sector? What promise do you have to the parents and its students, children of the people of Kenya?
Thank you. I'm very happy that you have asked me this question. William Ruto says we have no agenda. We have a very serious agenda. Very serious agenda for this country. And I'm happy to have this discussion tonight. And let me tell the people of Kenya before I go into the agenda. I've had the president going every meeting saying that the problem of Kenya is tribalism. That's a lie. It's a false narrative to run away from the real issues of discussion in Kenya. We have no problem of tribalism in this country. There is no community fighting any other community. There is no community that has a problem with another community. The problems that bedevil Kenya is theft of public resources. The problem of this country is mismanagement of public resources. The problem of this country is not tribalism. It is the sale of national assets. The problem of this country is not tribalism. It is abductions and extrajudicial killings. The problem of this country cannot be tribalism. How does tribalism cause extrajudicial killings? How does tribalism cause the sale of public assets? What the president has done, because he has messed the country completely, he is creating a false narrative about tribalism and cohesion. Oh, we need to bring the country together. This country is united against theft, is united against corruption. This country is united against theft of public resources.
We'll get to corruption. Let's talk about education.
So what I'm saying is,
the plan.
As I want us to discuss the problems of Kenya, but I want to put it from onset, that tribalism is not a problem in this country. And I'm very disappointed that even very serious political commentators and very serious newspapers have actually brought the narrative by William Ruto that the problem is tribalism, so that we don't discuss the real issues of how he has messed this country in 3 years. You have asked about education. Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, gave us free primary education. Uhuru Kenyatta came and gave us secondary school education that is free, so that education is an equalizer. Every child, despite your background, despite the ability of your parents, you have access to education to give you a springboard to be somebody in life for yourself, for your parents, and for the country. Within 3 years, William Ruto and his government have destroyed whatever Mwai Kibaki did and what Uhuru Kenyatta did. As we speak, every child in secondary school is supposed to get 22,000. Last year, they were only given 9,000. 13,000 did not come. Most secondary schools are being auctioned because they took food from suppliers they cannot pay. As we speak in January, parents have been told to prepare to pay. On paper, the Ministry of Education says education is free. But in real life, they go and tell the teachers, the head teachers, you ask the parents to pay, but don't say it's the official government policy. And when the teachers made noise, instead of making available money for capitation, they were called to State House and bribed it with 10,000 shillings each. You bribe the principals and the head teachers to stop talking about the collapse of the education system. So what I am saying is this, that we need to fix our education system. And one of the things that I and the government that I will form will do is make sure we reinstate free primary education as given by President Mwai Kibaki. Again, we reinstate, we reinstate free secondary education, especially for the day schools, so that once you go to a day school, you pay nothing. You know, again, we have a problem of 20,000 teachers of the junior secondary school. These teachers, and I was deputy president, we recruited them on internship for 2 years, and they were promised, and I was there. We were there with Nancy Macharia, she was the TSC secretary, William Ruto was there, Ezekiel Machogu was there, I was there. And we agreed even in cabinet that they will be on internship for 2 years, then they will be confirmed in permanent and pensionable. The government has refused to do that, you know, and they are saying there's no money, you know. And this money is there, but this is the money that is being stolen. This is the money that was being given to teachers 10,000 each. This is the money that was being given to chiefs 10,000 each. This is the money that was being used in Nigeria and Malava. This money has been there for the JSS teachers. But this is the money that has been stolen and diverted to politics by William Ruto and Kindiki. All this money you are seeing around the country being dished for politics, this is the money that was for the JSS. Look at the lecturers. We had a problem with the lecturers for a long time. Yeah, they were on strike for a very long time.
49 days.
The other day it was agreed that they be paid 50%. They were lied to. They have not been paid. We have a looming strike in January because the money is not available. This is the money the president is using for re-election. And then these teachers are being told the problem of Kenya is tribalism. How so? How can the problem of Kenya be tribalism? The problem is mismanaging the education sector.
2024-2025, when you were deputy president, still capitation to schools never got there. Do you take responsibility, or do you distance yourself from that?
I take no responsibilities because, you know, in 2024, I disagreed with William Ruto about the finance bill and about the way he was running the country. He's on record. That is why I was hounded out of office. I started telling him the country is headed in the wrong direction. We have lost our priorities, and this is not right, you know?
By the time the impeachment was in the works, Mr. Gachagua, you had served as deputy president.
Yeah,
but capitation
everybody
had not
knows.
Gotten to schools.
Everybody knows.
How do you distance yourself
from
everybody knows that you served in?
Everybody knows, and if you ask JB Muturi, he can tell you. I oppose most of those things in cabinet. And it is one of the grounds that was used to impeach me, that I was having insubordination, that I was not agreeing to cabinet decisions. Yet you go to cabinet so that you express your opinion. It doesn't mean because you are in cabinet, you must agree to everything that is being proposed. For the last, I served 1 year. The second year, I had a problem with the president when I realized that we are just stealing public funds, that we have lost our priorities as a country, that we are destroying the educational sector. If you look at HELP was working. They came and introduced a mongrel of finance model that cannot work. I opposed it in cabinet. I said, Mr. President, I have listened to lecturers, I have listened to students, I have listened to parents. Nobody wants this system. The English say, if it's working, don't fix it. This HELP has been working for very many years. Let's panobit it a little bit and improve it. Let's not scrap it. And what I'm saying is that
how would you fix it?
I would reinstate HELP and panobit it. It needs a few things here and there to make it more inclusive so that you can even include people in polytechnics, the tertiary institutions, and you also make sure that students have access to this fund, and then you create a good mechanism on how they will pay when they get employment or when they get self-employed. But you don't scrap the whole thing. It's throwing away the baby with the bathwater. And these are things that we want to do. We want to bring back free primary education, free secondary education, strengthen the competency-based curriculum by involving all stakeholders. You know, you cannot impose a curriculum without talking to the teachers, without talking to the parents, without talking to the pupils and the students. These are things that we must do. And again, we must invest as a country on our teachers. We must remunerate them well. These teachers who are internship, We must confirm them to P&P so that they can also earn a dignified living. How do you get teachers to teach the young people when themselves they are very uncomfortable, when they have no food in their house, when they have no bus fare, when they have no bus fare to get to school? Again, we must digitize our learning system. Most of these programs we have introduced, nobody prepared the teachers. You know, we did not upgrade them by first making sure that they are all computer literate. So these are things that we want to do. And my brother, to build our country, we must fix our education system. And Mwai Kibaki did it. And everybody was happy. In a record 3 years, that has been destroyed. And that's what we are saying, we must fix it. And the problem that we have today, as we go for Christmas, parents are crying. Where will they get money to pay school fees in January? And then William Ruto is on top of the vehicle telling parents their problem is tribalism. What has tribalism got to do with the capitation? What has it got to do with the payment of JSS teachers? Let us deal with the real thing. The real thing is that the government has destroyed the education system, and it has undermined great work that was done by Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta.
You know, healthcare is another big ticket item that Kenyans are struggling with. SHA. Is it working? Yeah. Is it working? The government says it is working, though it needs a little bit of fixing, panel beating for it to work. You know, recently we saw the president was recently in the United States of America. He signed a new health deal where data would be shared. What's your position on that? And even as we still remain matters to do with healthcare, SHA is not working.
SHA is not
what
working.
Is Gachagwa's solution
SHA
to
is not working because it was a fraud. William Ruto attended a church service where I attended in Embu. It was the inauguration of the Bishop of Embu Diocese. And then he took the microphone to say SHA is working. He could not speak, he was shouted down because it's a lie. SHA is not working and everybody knows it. Even as 34-child knows SHA is not working. SHA was a fraud to steal money by Ruto and his cohorts. And already 104 billion shillings have been stolen. The NHIF system was working, and it needed 800 million to be upgraded into something that is functional. The whole scheme of SHA was to steal funds.
Yet, Mr. Gachagua, you allowed it to happen with your deputy
I'm
president.
saying I oppose these things. And that is why, when I was removed from office, one of the accusations against me, one of the grounds of removing from office is that I was not respecting the president and I was having insubordination by opposing government programs. But theft is not a government program. The government that I fought for did not tell the people of Kenya that theft will be one of our programs. So I opposed theft. I did not oppose a government program. I opposed theft by William Ruto and his people. So you remember the other day, 10 billion shillings was stolen and paid to hospitals that are closely associated with Siasa and Duale. You remember on the 1st of December, Aden Duale, with a lot of drama and theatrics, gave a lot of documents to the director of criminal investigation, DCI, 1st of September. Today is, I don't know, 8th or 9th. Since that time, 3 months, nobody has been taken to court, nobody has been arrested, there has been no information. It was just drama and theatrics. Nobody will be taken to court. The whole SHA nonsense is theft of public resources by Ruto, Duale and company at the expense of the lives of the people of Kenya. That is the folly of it, you know. And they keep on sending ministers to tell Wananchi that SHA is working. People just look at them, you know. People just look at them every day. Yesterday I was in Muranga in a place called Ithanga for a funeral, and a matter was brought to my attention. A lady died 4 months back. She remains unburied because they are not able to pay the hospital bill for 450,000. They have raised 300,000. They are unable to raise 150,000 for the last 2 months. I had to give them 150,000 so that that patient, the body can be removed from hospital. And then you are telling us SHA is working. If SHA is working, that lady would have been buried, you know, a long time ago. If you go to the countryside and ask everybody, this SHA thing is a monster. It's not working. And what I'm saying myself, if given an opportunity by the people of Kenya, there are certain things that I want to do. One, I would like to revert to the NHIF ideology. It was a very good thing. Just reform it well, upgrade it to meet the modern times, you know. Again, Linda Mama, that was here that was brought by Uhuru Kenyatta. We want our women to give birth in dignity. It was scrapped. I would reinstate Leader Mama. I would also like to work very closely with the private healthcare providers and the faith-based organizations, the church, the Catholic Church. They have beautiful hospitals, mission hospitals. The PCA Church, they have beautiful hospitals. We need to support the church. You know, like now, since NHIF was scrapped, they were owed billions of shillings they have never been paid. Most of those hospitals owned by the church are almost collapsing. This is something that we must work on. Again, we must remunerate properly our healthcare providers. We must make sure that the doctors and the nurses and the clinical officers, they deal with human life. People who deal with human life are not your ordinary work. These are people who are dealing with the life. These are people who need to be settled. They need to be well taken care of, and we need to have a discussion with them. We need also to expand the universal health coverage so that we make sure that the level 2 hospitals, that those are the dispensaries, and the level 3, the health centers, are properly equipped. You know, my brother, most of these cases that come to level 4 hospitals for admission and level 5, if there was proper intervention at level 1, 2, and 3, they will never get to the level 4. You know, but these cases get bigger because they don't get the proper attention. I would like to focus more on level 2. Those are the health centers, and level 3. The level 2 is dispensaries, level 3 are the health centers. I would like to focus more. And then again, the level 4, we make sure they are well equipped. And we will go a step further by making sure every level 4 hospital in the country has a ward to deal with rehabilitation of addicts, because we have a serious challenge of drug addiction and alcoholism in this country. And the treatment of addicts is very expensive by the few health providers who are doing it from a private perspective. We would like every level 4 hospital to have a ward, you know, specifically dedicated to deal with addiction. Again, we would like to digitize, you know, our health systems so that, you know, if you saw one doctor and you go and see another because you are far away, at the touch of a button, they can get your medical history.
Does this mean that you get in and you get rid of SHA? Because yesterday I had a discussion with the PS, Dr. Oluga, and he said that the government is working on a database where all the information for Kenyans will be in a single database, such that whenever it is you go in this country, you will still get the information. So Gachagua, does it mean you get in, you get rid of that and start afresh?
No,
and what
no,
happens to the investment that Kenyans have put into putting in place SHA?
Whatever is working will improve on it. Yeah? But first we have to stop the theft. We cannot improve on the theft, we can only stop it. Theft of public resources is our main challenge, especially in the health sector. You know, and SHA is a scam. It's a fraud. We must get rid of SHA because from the inception, it was tailor-made and birthed to steal public funds at the expense of the health of our people. We must go back to NHIF and improve it, panobit it, and make it compliant to the modern way of doing things. But we cannot continue with this theft. This, we must bring it to an end. Again, we need to implement a mental health policy. You know, we only have one medical facility here in Mathare and a few others. You know, and you know, mental health is a big challenge in this country. But you see the way people are treated at that institution is like they are criminals, because it's only one institution to handle so many people. We need people to know that mental challenges is not a crime, and you should not be embarrassed about it, so that even relatives know. And the only way to do is to have a good mental health policy and to make sure that we have enough psychiatrists in every level 4 hospital where people can go on and get counseling before issues get out of hand. So these are some of the things we like to do. And of course, what was signed in America is unacceptable.
Why?
We cannot sell our medical data to foreigners. We cannot. Even if we are poor, we have our own dignity. The right to privacy is absolute. We cannot give our medical records to the Americans for their own research and analysis using our records. And I think it is very inappropriate for the president to brag that he has signed an agreement with the Americans to get some money, you know, so that we give away our medical records. And I'm happy that Okia Mtata has already gone to court, and I wish him well, because this must be stopped. These are things that we cannot allow, you know, that a president and a government can auction our dignity as a people. You know, you need privacy to your records, your medical records. It cannot.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success?
And was diagnosed with a certain medical condition. It is a question of 10 people came to the hospital and were diagnosed with cancer, and based on that information helps the US government, who are assisting Kenyans, to know how many medical equipment Kenya needs. And that is kind of data that would be shared.
Can anybody oppose that? Can anybody believe that PS?
Do you believe it?
If that PS is saying SHA is working and it's not working, can you believe anything else they say? If they are lying to people of Kenyans on basics, things that are straightforward, is SHA working or not? They say it's working. You go to hospital, it's not working. Can you trust that PS on complicated matters?
But you're opposing it based on what fact, Mr. Gachagua, is the question.
You know, we have been around for a long time, and we understand these things. And I want to wish Okia Mtata well, and I believe our courts of law will not allow our country to auction our medical data. I don't think our courts will allow it.
You know, the country's security is something to look into.
Yes.
And recently we saw the arrest of many individuals, especially in the immigration department, with regard to matters to do with IDs. And that has pointed a picture on where the country is with regard to those who have the documents that are recognized as Kenyans. It is a matter that we had a discussion with you back in the days. But as we also just talk about security, there is the question of extrajudicial killing by the police. Yeah. During the campaign period, you say police attacked you in church, you know. And as we just have a discussion on that, where do you see the country's security is? You have yourself been in that space for a very long time.
Well,
and if we are to fix the security, do you also care to comment, if at all, this ID business is being used to influence elections in 2027?
To start with, as a young man, when I joined government at the age of 23, I joined in the security sector. I understand the security architecture of this country quite well. And I must say I'm very saddened that we have lost it as a country. We have a clueless CS for Interior who has no idea on how to manage a country's security architecture. We have a situation where the National Police Service is working with the goons. It's like they are a unit in the National Police Service. We have seen the President of the Republic of Kenya moving around in town in Nairobi in a company of goons. They are robbing people when they are in the presidential convoy. They are, you know, touching women's breasts when they are with the presidential convoy. They are stealing people when police are there. And there's nothing the police can do because it is the president who has invited the goons to accompany him in Nairobi. We have seen where police are tear-gassing the clergy, and they are tear-gassing Sunday school children in church, and no action is taken. You have found where goons are being ferried in police vehicles with crude weapons, where goons have become part of our security architecture. That is how sad it is. You know, it's unbelievable, you know? And you have found where the country has sunk low, so low that the Inspector General of Police and the police commanders have surrendered the police command to politicians. It is politicians who are giving directions to police. Attack so-and-so, beat so-and-so, and there's nothing that can be done. And the commanders are helpless. We have found, I have myself been attacked in 12 incidents in the last 1 year. I've reported this to the IG, to the DCI. Nothing has been done because those gangs are under the command of politicians who are opposed to my politics. It's the National Police Service is no longer at the command of the Inspector General. It's no longer at the command of the county commanders. The National Police Service is at the command of politicians and criminal gangs. And sometimes we wonder, this Haiti mission, the police went to Haiti supposedly to help the people of Haiti deal with the criminal gangs, but it is looking that they went there actually for benchmarking on how to work with the goons. Because since these people went to Haiti, the relationship of the police and goons have actually become very close. and very cordial, and they're actually working hard together. You saw during the Sabasaba riots, property was destroyed in the mountain region and in Nairobi by goons under police supervision. So what we are saying is this, you look at the situation in the border. The president made a decision that is ill-advised from a security perspective. Of course, he is doing it politically. He thinks he can get foreigners from Somalia to come and register as voters and vote for him. So foreigners are being issued IDs. The 5 chiefs who were supposedly abducted, it was not an abduction. It was stage managed by government.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, because they were in Somalia, registering Somalians as Kenyans.
What evidence do you have?
No, we have it. Sure. You saw the other day a racket here in Isili, where foreigners are being registered as Kenyans, and in fact, I'm told the police who unearthed that racket are actually in trouble because they were not supposed to unearth it. It's embarrassing to the government because the government is part of that nonsense, and that thing that the president did is very bad for Kenyan Somalis, our Somalis from Kenya. As it is today, they are having challenges on visa application to go to various destinations in the world because the world is not sure, whether they are Kenyans or not. And it's very sad because the Kenyan Somalis are very hardworking people. They are very enterprising businessmen. These are people who should be able to travel all over the world, go to America, go to Britain, go to Canada, and do business. They are people who have contributed immensely to the growth of business in this country. It is very sad if they are profiled for extra surveillance and scrutiny arising from that decision by the president.
But it is the extra surveillance and scrutiny that was happening in the country, which is called vetting. And it is that process that many people from these border counties, I included, because I went through the vetting process.
That is why we want for that. We want the extra surveillance.
Many say that the vetting process is not fair to the people who are Kenyans and we need to go through a different exercise as any other Kenyan.
We would rather have extra surveillance at the border to make sure that only Kenyans are registered as Kenyans and foreigners are kept away, other than get our Kenyan Somalis profiled by the international community arising of a decision that cannot be properly justified. We must protect the Kenyan Somalis because they are Kenyans and they have every right to travel all over the world. And it is very sad, out of a decision that was made, that they are being viewed suspiciously. It is not right that our people are being profiled. But having said that, what I would want to do myself if elected president, the first thing I would do, day one, is recall our police officers from Haiti.
They're already home.
A few. Others are still there.
The process is ongoing.
Many have lost their lives. Many have come back with injuries. Even the one the president said he died, the body has never come home. We must make sure these policemen come here and serve the people of Kenya. How is it that people are being terrorized by criminals and cattle rustlers when our policemen are in Haiti? Why can't they come and first guard the people of Kenya? Number two, we also want to equip our police officers and give them modern equipment to fight modern crime, train them on cyber crime, make sure that they are properly trained to deal with the modern crime as it's happening in the country. Again, these policemen are suffering a lot. This SHA nonsense has really affected them. They used to have a very good insurance cover. And if you talk to the police officers, they are really crying because they are being forced to go to SHA that is not working. Same with our teachers. We want our policemen to have a very good medical scheme. We want to have a risk allowance for them because most of them suffer in the line of duty. We also want to make sure they are properly remunerated. These men and women in uniform, sacrifice a lot for this country and to make sure that we are all safe. Again, they have no vehicles, You heard the other day Mukomen saying that people should give them fuel. That is corruption. Wananchi pay taxes. Why should Wananchi pay taxes that is being stolen by bribing teachers and senators and chiefs, and then you ask them to go and buy fuel? All police stations in Kenya and police posts should have a well-serviced vehicle with enough fuel to enable them to serve the people.
To talk about matters to do with security, you mentioned that you have seen goons working together with politicians and police. Evidence on that, Mr. Gachagua, because at the end of the day, if it's just another statement, it remains being a hearsay without evidence. And even as we talk about security, there is the fact that there are Kenyans who were abducted in Tanzania. That is a matter to do with foreign affairs and how that was handled. One would ask the question, where does our heart lie when it comes to protecting our own within and without the country, as well as other citizens of other countries? Talk about the Turkish citizens who were abducted in Nairobi and taken back to their country, who were seeking asylum in the country. Where are we in all these situations?
We are doing very badly in matters violation of human rights. You know, there are very many cases of forced abductions, forced disappearances, and extrajudicial killings. No action has been taken. I want to promise the people of Kenya on day one, there is a squad of 101 officers that has been in charge of those abductions. It will be disbanded, and all officers who abducted our children and killed them will be held to account.
That squad was put there during the time when you're deputy president?
Yeah, and I complained about it. I complained very bitterly.
Who did you raise the question to? Did you go to IPOA or to IA?
No, I raised it publicly in Mombasa for the people of Kenya. I raised it with the president himself in a security meeting. I raised it with him one-to-one, and when he did not heed to what I was asking him to do, I held a press conference and condemned extrajudicial killings and abductions. I still hold that positions that on forming government, abductions must come to an end, extrajudicial killings must come to an end, and all officers who have taken part in abductions and extrajudicial killings will be prosecuted.
Because you're part of the National Security Council, what was the reasoning behind the formation of that force?
Well, abductions and extrajudicial killings, and I opposed it myself. And when the president did not listen to me, I held a public press conference. It's on record on the 26th of June, 2024. It's on record.
But that, Mr. Gachagua, was way after you had served in government. Why didn't you speak on the very first day?
Those issues,
Mr. Gachagua, one would say, the point when you were giving that statement is because you knew that impeachment was coming.
That was in June. Impeachment was in October. It had reached a stage, I had raised it privately. I had raised it in meetings, and it was still going on. So I made a decision to raise it publicly. And it's on record. And everybody knows I raised it publicly. What I'm saying is we must make sure when we form government that extrajudicial killings must come to an end, abductions must come to an end, and all officers responsible will be held to account. And let me tell police commanders who are escorting goons around the country, we are keeping a very good diary. All those officers who are in charge of Narok, on the day we were there and we were brutalized, they will be held to account when we form government. No, the records are there. We'll be asking who was the OCS Narok on that day, who was the officer commanding police division that day, who was the OCS Tigoni police station when criminals attacked Rigathi Gachagua in Lemuru, who was the OCS then. They will be taken to account. And let me tell police officers, all those who are carrying out illegal instructions from politicians, you will answer for them. And criminal activities have no time limit. When we form government, and I have asked all leaders to keep a record of police excesses. Keep the name of the OCS, the name of the OSPD, the name of the sub-county commander, the guy in charge of CID, and keep proper record of the police excesses, the sins of commission and omission. When we form government, these officers will be held to account.
Are you speaking to a government that will finally allow the Inspector General to be independent and do the policing work?
You know, we have an Inspector General of Police who have surrendered his command to his juniors. This Douglas Kanja does not even know what goes on. The guy in charge is called Masengeri, the guy in charge of AP, and a guy called the Langat. These are the guys who are running the show and the DCI. The IG is a flower girl in Kenya. He doesn't know what goes on. He's from my village. He has no idea what goes on, you know? And it's so sad, you know? Ourselves, when we form government, we want to allow independent institutions to function. We want independent offices to function. You want an IG who can take command of the police. And I want to tell Douglas Kanja and those two DIGs to remember that in 2007, Major Ali was taken to the ICC for sins of commission and omission. And the way they are driving this country as we go towards the election, I see these officers having a date at The Hague. Kanja, Langat, Masengeri. I mean, I see you having a date at The Hague.
Will you file
because
a petition
the way things are
at
going,
the ICC?
No, the way things are going, you allow goons to terrorize Kenyans under police formation. Kenyans say no, and they fight, and there is civil strife. ICC comes in, and you people in charge of the police command, you will have to account.
Would you be at the forefront in filing a petition
of course,
at the ICC?
Of course. I can tell you a lot of things are going on. A lot of documentation is going on. And I've told William Ruto he had a date with The Hague. I see him having a second date. And he knows he was not vindicated. It is only that witnesses were interfered with. He knows what Hague means. And the way things are going, I see him having a second date at The Hague because he has allowed criminals to take over the security sector and rain terror on the people of Kenya, you know? And this will constitute crimes against humanity eventually. And as we go towards 2027, the way I'm listening to Kenyans talk, Kenyans will defend themselves. And you see, when Kenyans defend themselves because the police are not available to defend them, there is anarchy. When there is anarchy, there is death, there is injury, and then the ICC will come in.
But Kenyans defend themselves, what exactly do you mean?
What do you mean? If you go to terrorize people, goons under police formation go to terrorize people, you expect people just to sit down? People will say no. Because Kenyans are people who have a right to self-determination. And why are police allowing that? Because under the Constitution, their work is to protect life and property. But the police are actually the ones harming the people of Kenya. They are the ones escorting goons to harm Kenyans. Yet they are the ones who are supposed to defend Kenyans from harm by goons. But they are the ones working with goons to harm the people of Kenya. And I'm telling you that situation is not acceptable. And Kenyans will say no, you know? And I am listening to many people. They are saying no, you know? People are saying no, we are not going to be attacked again. We'll also get ready. We'll defend ourselves. And that will bring anarchy. It's called the law, the state of nature. Why governments were formed is because people needed to be regulated. But we have a country where we are reverting to the state of nature, where police are working with criminals to terrorize people. When people are these policemen are paid by the taxpayers to defend the people of Kenya. They are the ones joining criminals to attack the people of Kenya. What do you expect the people of Kenya to do?
Gachagua, does it mean that today, with all the cases that you have reported that you were attacked, you are unable today to walk into a police station and file a report because you do not trust the police? And if that is the case, then what picture does that paint in the minds of Kenyans who have no other option?
Exactly, that's the point I'm saying. What do you expect Kenyans to do? What has happened myself now, I have people who defend me. The people who attacked us in Karaoke.
It's not too out of the way, you figured, until you found a rental car with airport pay.
Then they came back with the police, with guns and live ammunition and tear gas, and overwhelmed our people because they have guns. But you see, what will happen is that there will be many cases like that. What has happened is they attacked me in Limuru. They have never attacked me again without reaction. Because you see, also I have supporters who will not allow people just to attack me. You know, wherever I go now, I have people also who defend me against the gangs. But do you want that in a country where people are defending each other and police are escorting one side to attack the other? It's a shame for Douglas Kaja and the National Police Service and Chuba Mukome. He talks a lot of English, but it is during his tenure, you know, it's during his tenure, you know, that goons have taken over the National Police Service. He wears expensive shoes, expensive belt, expensive watch, but the country is being run by goons. How does he even get sleep? How do you get sleep as CS Interior to say you are the CS Interior of the Republic of Kenya when goons have taken over the National Police Service? He should be very ashamed of himself. Very ashamed. It has never happened, even during the Moi era. We have never seen goons take over the country from the policemen. We have never seen that. And I can tell you, even the president is part of it, because he issued instructions the other day. A week is over. Nobody has been prosecuted, which means he was not serious. He was just playing PR.
You see, Mr. Gachagua, one would hope that where the country finds itself, especially on matters of security, that security is given utmost importance and that Kenyans would respect as well the rule of law, and that the police as well would be there to do policing work. But let us go to on something that is very keen and Kenyans are following on, and this is the country's debt. Yes. At the time when you formed government, you said yourself, you found a public coffers that was empty. The country was purely broke. And during the campaign period, we would not borrow. We would have to seal all the loopholes and continue. But we saw the borrowing that continued even then. Today, we speak in terms of 12 trillion shillings that is choking Kenyans on a daily basis. And if you just pause, Mr. Gachagua, and look at what trillion shillings is vis-a-vis what we see on ground, many would say mambo kwa ground is different. How would you handle, first of all, where do you place Kenya in terms of the debt situation, and what would be the solution if the united opposition from government?
You know, my brother, the national debt now is almost 12.5 trillion. And we have borrowed 4 trillion in the last 2 years. And we are borrowing about 3.5 billion daily. That's okay, we can borrow 3.5 billion daily. But what is annoying is that 3 billion is being stolen daily through procurement. You know, why are we borrowing to steal? William Ruto and his government are borrowing 3.5 billion daily, and then it's still 3 billion daily. You saw the other day a video, one of his MPs from Rift Valley, weighing money with a weighing scale. You know, because they have no time to count. The money is too much that counting billions will take a long time. So they weigh one note, they weigh one bundle, and they count it and they weigh. Then they use the weighing scale, you know, to be able. I saw another video that there is a central bank in Italy. You saw notes being packed. All this is money that is corruption through procurement. William Ruto has made corruption through procurement a way of life in this country. And he has started by having corruption in the State House, where he bribes people daily when people can see without even hiding, without even being ashamed. I used to see people bribing policemen, hiding a little bit. You know, they would hide, fold the note. Because bribery is not a good thing, they will hide a little because they are ashamed, because bribery is not a good thing. He called chiefs and assistant chiefs and bribed them with 10,000 each, and cheated them that you make them deals. And the chiefs were just laughing because it's a lie. They know it's not possible because we don't have those number of administrative divisions. So one of the chiefs called me from somewhere, I don't want to say where, they'll hunt him down. And he said, this man is such a liar. He's telling us to go and lie to the people of Kenya that he'll make Kenya Singapore. But what is sad is that he has lied to us, ourselves, before he can go and lie to the people that he will make us deals. And we know very well that it is not possible. You know, we had him bribe teachers, bribe everybody. This is money that has been stolen because it's not his money. His salary cannot match what he's using to bribe people. You have seen the sale of national assets, you know, the Safaricom, you know, Safaricom. Safaricom was sold to Kenyans in 2007, 25% shares. There was IPO, the initial IPO. Kenyans oversubscribed. They bought everything. I tried to buy, they could only allow me to buy a little. Today, those shares are being sold to a foreign company, Vodacom, at 34 shillings. Kenyans have analyzed the growth of Safaricom, its potential, its outreach, and they are putting that value at almost 70 shillings.
Gachagua, how much is a share as we speak at the NASI of Safaricom?
I am not sure. I'm told it's 30-something or 40-something.
It is 28.
Whatever it is. But you see what you do with a business. You look at its potential. You look at the potential of that business. And you look at its projected growth so that you know what is the potential value. You know, again, what we are saying, this is a company that is so central in Kenyans' lives. It's the one doing M-Pesa, almost everybody on Safaricom. Why do you want to give it to a foreigner? If this company must be sold, why don't we sell it to Kenyans? Open it to the people of Kenya, let them buy. Why do you want to give a foreign company 55% ownership, majority shareholders of a company that is so central in our lives?
I had that discussion with the CS Treasury today.
Why it is being sold?
The CS Treasury today, I had a discussion with him in the studio today.
Yes.
And the shares at the NAC today for Safaricom goes at 28 shillings. So 34 shillings is profit for the government.
But why can't you open it to Kenyans?
And the government went through a process for the past 6 months, going through and analyzing, doing research to understand how much that would be. And today, the money that is held at Safaricom, over 240 billion shillings, that the government says this is money lying idle at the NAC. And we can take that money, inject it into development of the country that Kenyans move, because at the end of the day, the Singapore story that President William Ruto speaks about needs this country to march in terms of development. Based off that explanation, why would you oppose the government taking its assets, selling it?
Our constitution makes public participation a must. When you are dealing with anything that belongs to the public. Have they asked the people of Kenya? No. They are trying to ask now. I saw an advertisement because we have complained. Have they asked the people of Kenya? If you look at this company, since inception, they have paid taxes 1.48 trillion. Since inception, they have paid 550 billion in terms of dividends. When you look at the amount of money they pay every year, yeah? What is the wisdom of selling this company? Because it's like saying, because we have no food here in this house, I sell my household items here, and then I buy food. Then after I finish the food, what happens? When you look at the dividends that they pay to the government, when you look at that amount, where will it be coming from?
The dividend that we talk about is around 16 billion annually every year. But even then, when we talk about public participation, there is a process under law, especially because when you talk about matters transaction, there is a process that guides the same. As we speak right now, Kenyans have been asked to go.
A decision has already been made to sell the company.
Kenyans have been given an opportunity to lend their voices on the sale of these shares that we are talking about. The government of Kenya has not decided it is selling. If Kenyans say no, it will not be sold. How do you oppose it?
My brother.
Instead,
let me explain
to participate in this public participation, Mr. Gachagua.
You don't say you are selling this and even the amount before the people of Kenya can tell you to sell. You first say we want to sell. Then when you are given the go-ahead by the people of Kenya to sell, then you start the process. But they have already completed the process, agreed they are selling to who, at how much, then they are coming to the people of Kenya. And then they are coming through Parliament. Parliament is an appendage of William Ruto. You can tell how it will go. There is no public participation. It's an exercise in futility. It's a fait accompli. It is simply formalizing what has already been decided. But the question we are saying, why don't you ask the people of Kenya whether you need to sell Safaricom?
It's what they're asking
when they tell you yes, why don't you give them an opportunity to buy? Why do you want to sell it to a foreign company? Why don't you let the people of Kenya own this company that is so important to their lives? Why do you want it to be owned by a foreigner? But you have already decided whom to sell. How are those negotiations done? Because they are commissions. Because they are people who have an interest. They are people who have gained money there. What we are saying, if Safaricom must be sold, let the people of Kenya, with their financial challenges they are having, be allowed to buy. I buy for 20,000, another one for 20,000. Then the company remains here. The government will remain with the shares, 35%. The people of Kenya, will own the 15, plus the other 25 we bought the other time. Then the company, 60% is owned by government and the people of Kenya. Why do you want to give 55% majority shareholder to a foreigner, a company that is so instrumental in Kenyan lives. Why?
But you know that Vodacom is part and parcel of Safaricom as we speak today, right?
Yeah, no. Those are foreigners. And if Kenyans have not said they are not able to buy Safaricom, we were given an opportunity in 2007. We bought. We oversubscribed. In fact, they were allocating. You could not buy what you wanted. They had to allocate. Why can't we give this opportunity to the people of Kenya? If we must sell Safaricom, which I disagree, we need not sell it. The amount of money we are raising from Safaricom is good for our country. And by selling it, we are going to lose revenue. And what will happen, that revenue we used to get from Safaricom, we'll have to overtax Kenyans because we must get that money we used to get from Safaricom. It's like selling a cow that you are milking so much milk and selling and drinking, and then taking it to the butchery and then get one off so that you build a toilet in your home. Then what happens? How will you get milk? How will your children get milk? It is a ill thought out proposal. It is unnecessary, and it is informed by conflict of interest.
As the process continues, because that is the process that is there, that is recognized under the law, what is your message to Kenyans who are being urged today to go to these venues to give their views on the sale of Safaricom?
Those public participation forums will be micromanaged by Parliament. Kenyans must agitate and Kenyans must go to court. This is the only language William Ruto can understand. We must go to court. That if Safaricom must be sold, Kenyans must be given the first opportunity. Because they have not been given and they have said they are not able to buy. And they have a proven track record that they are able to buy the shares in Safaricom. In 2007, Kenyans were given the opportunity to buy, they were subscribed. And they could not buy as much as they wanted. So if Kenyans agree that Safaricom need to be sold, we are demanding that the people of Kenya be given the first opportunity to buy Safaricom so that it remains Kenyan, so that government can own some shares and other shares are owned by the people of Kenya.
Let's remain on the question of debt. The country is said to have borrowed all these 12.5 trillion, but that is not seen. If you look at the laws, PFM Act on how borrowing is done, you only borrow for development. And today, you look at how much we've borrowed vis-a-vis what we see, and we cannot see what 12.5 trillion shillings has done. Therefore, Mr. Gachagua, the odious debt that does exist in the country, first of all, do you believe that there is odious debt? And if that is the case, then should Kenya pay these odious debt?
Unfortunately, the people of Kenya will have to pay that debt because they have been committed by government. And what is sad is that they shall pay for money that is being stolen. The money that is being borrowed is used to bribe them. It is being used to bribe voters. It's being used to bribe chiefs and teachers. It's being used to host people at State House. It's so sad, but the people of Kenya will have to pay. So what we need to do is to make sure we vote out this government so that we stop that borrowing for money for using to steal and using it to bribe people. And that we must do. And that is why most of us, we are saying the problem of Kenya cannot be tribalism. The way Ruto wants to say, the problem is that he's stealing. He's borrowing money from other bodies, that money that people of Kenya will pay, and then stealing the same amount of money and bribing them with the money. And then when he gets on top of his vehicle, he says there's no problem in Kenya. The problem of Kenya is tribalism.
What is the position on President William Ruto's State of the Nation address? He says that at the macro level, the government is doing very well. International lending institutions are doing very well. But down at the ground, because you listen to people, what is the actual position of Kenyans with regard to the economy and how they are feeling in their pocket? And if you form government, my brother, how would you fix that?
My brother, if you want to know economic growth, forget about those figures of inflation, of economic growth. I don't know, macroeconomics, Talk to the people of Kenya. How the economy is doing. They'll give you an answer. During the reign of Mwai Kibaki, Kenyans felt economic growth. You didn't need to give a State of National address. You didn't need to give an economic survey to tell the people of Kenya that the economy is growing and there is economic growth. The people of Kenya felt economic growth. There was money in circulation. You know, the bypasses were opened up. Houses came up. There was money in circulation everywhere. Everybody was happy. Today, despite borrowing that amount of 3.5 million every day, Kenyans are paying bills of 800 billion. If you read the Nation newspaper daily, there are 6-7 pages of auctions. People are being auctioned, their properties, their land, their houses, their matrimonial houses are being auctioned. Simply because government owes them for the last 3 years, 5 years, they have refused to pay them. Marriages have been broken. People are committing suicide because of being auctioned, because of getting destroyed economically, because of non-payment of bills. So when Ruto goes to parliament to say the economy is growing, what do those people whose property is being auctioned because they are owed money by government, how do they feel? And what is sad, all those houses and land that is being auctioned, it's not being bought. There's nobody to buy. I went the other day to Ayad in Narok. I found more than 50 vehicles. They have been there for 1 year. They were repossessed for sale, but there's nobody to buy, nobody has money. So when you say that the economy is growing, that there's improvement, that the economy has stabilized, who are you telling? As we go for Christmas, Kenyans are a very sad lot. Many Kenyans will not even
Hello, Joseph. How are you doing? Thank you so much. That was an interview in the KTN, and it was that was Aseto. As you know, Aseto usually comes in the morning at Spice FM with Ndu. That is Dennis Aseto of Spice FM. He usually works for KTN, and he was the the interviewer of today. You know, there's something that people have to know about Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua is a good student of literature, and he knows how to corner you if you're not very, very, very strong and cornering him. You cannot corner him because he knows on how to maneuver. So that is something that I've seen. I've always known with him, and he's very good with, especially when it comes to giving message. Even if he's giving you a false message, he will make sure that he convinces you with that message. So that is somewhere that something that is with him. What is Nyenyenye? This Nyenyenye used to be one of the songs. Joseph, ilikuwaga wimbo kitambo, si ndio?
It was made a song, but before it was a kids play. When you could talk to ladies, they could tell you nye 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 nye. So
yeah, atutaki nye nye. And I think like it was made to a song. So on the overall, before even we close, there's few things that I picked apart from the politics angle of it. He was asked about education, about security, about healthcare, about it was education, healthcare, security, and the country's debt. That's what actually the conversation was all about. If you look at it very keenly, Joseph, am I wrong?
Yeah, he truly touched on education. He touched on healthcare. He touched on security, which he was talking about more comment, and he touched on selling of public assets.
Assets, yes.
So those are the things he touched on.
When it comes to education, I think he was asked a question on how is going to, if they get power or if they become the new government in place, what is he going to do education? I don't think like he gave a clear answer, but he said that he's going to make primary school be free and fair. He talks about of the help, whereby he said that he's going to revert the new system of what funding model. Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about help. He's going to panel beat. He said panel beat.
Yeah, yes,
help.
Yeah. So that is something that I also learned. And actually, when it comes to health, there are a few things that Rigathi Gachagua has mentioned, and I think and I feel it is good because he has talked of especially remuneration of the doctors. That is very crucial. And nobody has ever talked about that. He also talked about he will revert to NHIF ideology and upgrade the system that is there. I don't know how he's going to do that. Maybe if you can talk about that. Because like for real, if for real, their share is not as good as majority of the government officials are telling us. There was today somebody sent me a text. She has a daughter in hospital, and she was told first of all to pay for 1 year so that when it can get it. And this one has happened with 3 people that have come across myself before they get any treatment. So you have to pay SHA for a whole year or a half. So it depends with the where your bundles lies. If you have like you're paying 500, so you'll pay something like around 3,000 to around 4,000, then your SHA can kick in. So that is something that is there too.
Yes, on healthcare, I think education, he was not very clear.
Yeah.
He was not as I would like him to put it vigorously. But in health, he really talked about it, and I was happy that he talked about also teachers and policemen. There is something that was called Minet, Brother Benson, when we had NHIF.
Yeah.
Minet was initially a healthcare scheme that policemen and teachers and civil servants could use in alternate of the NHIF. NHIF was being used by Kenyans, the Kenyans who are not in the civil service.
Yeah.
And I told you I have somebody in the house who is using who was using the Minet, and they were being given a health insurance of almost 100,000 per year, and it could cater for you. They could go to any private hospital and get any service from there in case of, these are essential providers of services. Because if you look at policemen, you look at teachers, you look at the people working in the civil service sector, and I think, Brother Benson, they are very angry. They might not talk, but they are filled with anger, because the instance of the person I'm talking about went to hospital and was told that there is no Minet, so you cannot be able to get health care. So what she turned to was to go to SHA. And SHA, what it caters for you, Brother Benson, it caters for you when you're an inpatient. But when you're an outpatient, it's even the consultation fee. You need to pay the consultation fee. And medicine also, you need to pay some of the medicine. If the medicine is not given to you, some of the medicine you're going to buy. And I can clearly tell you that Minet was working for the teachers and the doctors and the policemen, but now it is not there. It was cancelled. So they are clearly having anger. And I'm thinking, you see, Gachagua really said about a strike coming of the teachers. I think you heard it talking about the strike which is coming in January. Yeah, I think this one will be one of the issues that are going to be discussed by the teachers as they are going to be demonstrating, because the Minet is done for them. They don't have this healthcare scheme now. And SHA even today, Duale talked about SHA. He said that it is working, but but he said that the hospitals are stealing the money. How as a health can you say that?
So how can you? Because like you have to put in mechanism. If you know very well that what are the mechanism that you've put in place so that the people who, or the hospitals that are getting paid through SHA are not taking them without offering services, because that should be your security. What are your security measures as the CS or at the health department on how the Kenyan money that is paid through SHA is secure, so that they go to the right people, because like, and what are you doing for the people that if you know that somebody is stealing this SHA money, which means you've traced this person, you've gotten this person, what are you going to do with them? Do they face the law? So that is what should happen. And another thing that Rigathi Gachagua talked about is about Linda Mama, whereby so many people are complaining about the Linda Mama, because this was a Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta project, but I say that it was a very good project, and he said that he's going to bring it back. And another thing also, Rigathi Gachagua talked about harmonizing between the private sector facilities that are offering these services with the government, which I think it could be good, because private sector tend to offer delivery of services quicker as compared to when to go to the government hospitals. That is, if you can harmonize whereby now people can access those services even in the private hospitals, that will be good.
Yes, I can clearly tell you that NHIF was working. The problem with NHIF was corruption, and people talked about it. NHIF did not have any other issue. It's only corruption that was there. Because if you clearly seen, you could have gone to a private hospital and you could have been treated with NHIF. So it was cutting across board. But why did we bring SHA? Ruto brought SHA so that he can curb corruption. So if you brought a system that is still having corruption, what are you doing? There is nothing you have done. We were hoping for, if it was a system that was supposed to cure corruption, it could have done that and could have done it very well. So, but now if the corruption is still continuing, why do we still have this? Okay, you can continue with it because now turning back, it is a very hard affair because already 104 billion has been spent on this system. And then to top it up on, I want to top it up on, there's something you talked about, Linda Mama.
Yeah,
Linda Mama, I can clearly tell you, it is a very major help in Kenyan society. It clearly helped me. It has helped so many people. At that time when people were giving birth, around 2019, 2020, from 2017, people were giving birth free of charge, Brother Benson. There is nothing you are paying in the hospital. There is totally nothing you are paying. That one I can tell you for a fact. That one I know because I saw it firsthand. But now we are in a dilemma because when you go with your pregnant wife to hospital and you're being told that you need first to pay for some services, do you know how it is very costly to get doctors to give birth and do all these things? So truly, the Ruto administration has really messed up with healthcare system. In healthcare, they have truly messed up, and I think that is an issue they need to address. If they are not going to be able to address it before we go for the next election, it will be a pain on their necks. It will be truly a pain on their necks.
Okay, to me, something that I picked about security that I would agree with him is about the rate at which the goons, we are seeing high increase in goons activity, especially. Remember when people were protesting the other day, there were those men in Nairobi who were carrying those rungus and the security officers were there. We saw that during the by-election that happened on how the violence and, took place. We also saw it, remember when the president was doing Nairobi tour, immediately he leaves, we saw a majority of Kenyans were being mishandled by the same goons immediately after the president. So that is something that they should, or we should improve on, So that is something that I picked. Another thing also I picked about the security is about the issue of the ID, issuing of ID, that is he talked about. And what else? Maybe that is something that I pick.
Yes, about security. Everybody has goons. Even Gachagua has goons. Everybody has goons. Let's stop pretending. But one thing that I am very angry with, we have a very incompetent security CS.
Yeah,
a very incompetent one in the history of Kenya. You cannot compare him to the likes of Akina Kaiseri. You know, Kaiseri was a very rigid man, even in that docket. You could clearly see he's a nonsense man, a person who is dealing with internal security in full force. We had the likes of Akina John Mishuki. They were very strong people in that security docket. But the moment you see a security CS is like he's doing PR, brother. I don't know if, do you remember when we were in Kasarani Stadium when we were seeing the time that Raila Odinga's body arrived at Kasarani, and you could see him running like a teenager in the stadium. A security CS is someone who is supposed to be very rigid and very serious in everything that you're doing. You're supposed to show the utmost maturity, because let me tell you, in these ministries, as leave Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi even does not have a post in this government. That one is just a fictional chair, a fictional post. The ministries that are always very crucial, in any government, we first start with internal security. Then we go to finance, and then we go to the other ones step by step. We go to agriculture, we go to the other ones, health. We go, it starts with security, it goes to finance, then it goes to health. Then we can go to the other ones down and down. And even if you look at the way they sit in the cabinet, I don't know how Ruto cabinet they sit, but during Uhuru time and Kibaki time, I could see how they were sitting in cabinet. They were sitting the president, the vice president, or the deputy president, then seconded by the interior security. Then they go like that till the end. And you cannot tell me that a sports CS is going to be shifted and brought to internal security. Where have you even ever had that in God, for God's sake? Where have you ever had a person who is a sports CS? It's like saying that Uhuru could have given Echesa to become the interior security minister. It's a joke of a lifetime. Then you cannot have a person who has been shifted through these ministries coming to tell us that he's going to become good in internal security affairs. He has been minister of transport. That thing was working when he was minister of transport. He was taken to sports. Sports also, he was not even doing anything. That's why he was removing those dockets. How will you tell me that he's going to be able to manage in a very tight docket like that one? But what I think is, in the country, we have gone back to the I want to reward you because you are my foot soldier, so I need to reward you. So the problem is actually security. He really even talked about Haiti. And Haiti is something that made me even get more angry. What were we doing in Haiti, Brother Benson? You know, that is a question I still ask myself till today. What were we doing in Haiti?
There are some who came back home this week. Was it yesterday? Some of us.
Yes, and that's why I'm asking the question. What were we doing in Haiti? Because if we went to Haiti and we did not accomplish what we had gone to do there, did we even have to go to in the first place? You know, I don't understand why we had to send our soldiers, our policemen, our police force to Haiti, and even they don't speak in that language. It was easier for them to ask police officers from Senegal, from the likes of Akina DRC. They could have sent police officers from these areas. That first, DRC soldiers are very good because they have been dealing with combat with the people who have been. But as we have been dealing with terrorism, not the same as the way you are going to deal with goonism. You know, barbecue is one of the goons in that country. So I don't really understand. That one has never gotten into me why we send soldiers to Haiti. That one I'll never understand that one. That one is still a mystery. And now even it is a shame I've heard that IG Kanja has said that they are not going to get paid until UN is going to pay them. So what are you trying to tell us? It's very bad affair. And even the bodies of those who are killed, we have not even received them. They're still saying they are going to come.
But was it UN affair, or I don't think, like, did UN ratify the Kenyan soldiers to go over there?
They had a deal with Biden at that time when he was the president. And the deal was to take, you know, when you have a government, brother, who accept everything they are told, fanya hivi, you just do. Fanya hivi. Sometimes you don't have resilience of saying no. Why did Western African countries not take any of their police force there? You know, these things started hitting Kenyans even after they arrived in Haiti. They were supposed to be a multi-force of how many countries? Do you remember? They were supposed to be how many countries?
I think like one should have been the Caribbean, one of the Caribbean countries.
They had even one in Africa. They had to have 2 countries in Africa. How many of them arrived, Brother Benza? How many?
Kenya arrived, and I think, was it Jamaica and also went, or which?
And they went back. They pulled out their people because it was not even known. You cannot just have an executive order, because I think that is an executive order by Biden, which was also shared by UN. You know, at that time, UN was in good terms with Biden. You know, right now, UN is not in good terms with the guy of Trump. Trump is always beating them left, right, and center. So that one was the mandate of the UN, because they are the ones who are supposed to cater for their, you know, the first thing, even you have asked a very good question. Where were Kenya police officers posted the first when they arrived in Haiti? After even not when they arrived, after they made the airport secure, because the airport had been taken over. You remember? The airport in Haiti had been taken over. So they tried to clear out the airport. Then where were they taken after the airport?
I did not even follow that.
They were taken to the US Embassy. They were manning the US Embassy. Just go and look at those videos. So which mandate was it under? So that thing has still run in my mind and I still don't understand it. That one is not about Rigathi Gachagua or anybody. That one is for every Kenyan to ask themselves, why did we have to send our forces to Haiti? And we still have other places we could have sent them. It's better even we could have sent our police force in Sudan. It is a country which is there near us. Or we send our forces to DRC.
And even if you look at what did we stand to gain, especially as the country, when our soldiers went in Haiti? Maybe Msimamo can at least share what he thinks.
Yes, brother.
Habari gani? Tunaona mahojiano imeisha. Kuna vitu vingi swali ambazo ziliulizwa. Tuliona swala la mambo ya elimu, swala la afya, swala la nini tena waliuliza hapa? Ebu swala la ulinzi, afya na swala la pale tukiwa katika education.
Masomo na kuuza Safaricom.
Na kuuza Safaricom.
Asante. Jamani, mkuki kumbe kwa nguruwe mchungu, ila kwa binadamu bwana. Mkuki kwa nguruwe mtamu, lakini kwa binadamu mchungu. Sitaki kurejelea pale tulipokuwa wakati ule. Nikikumbuka koti langu la blue la Azimio. Kisha bahati mbaya anyway, lakini yote tisa amejitekeleza leo.
Ulisimama chini ya mti wa mabuyu ukidhania ni maembe.
Leo nashangaa kumbe kweli hakika mkuki kwa nguruwe bwana ni mtamu, lakini kwa binadamu ni mchungu. Sasa ndio wakati ule na wakati wa sasa najaribu kutofautisha. Wakati ule saa 11 watu wameruka kazini, 11 yuko ofisini kama tunakumbuka wakati huo. Lakini vile vile na ule alikuwa mkubwa wa polisi yule anaitwa nani, Kome. Bado na kumbukumbu wakati huo. Bati yote tisa. Turudi sasa katika yale mengine ambayo amezungumza. Japo amekwepa hapa maswali kuweza kuyaweka katika hali ya usawa. Nimeona kwamba mengine anakwepa kimpango. Lakini kubwa tu ni lile ambalo amelizungumzia kwa yale ambayo tunayashuhudia. Na haswa huu upande wa gunzi. Amelikosha pale aliposema kwamba hakuna haja tena ya kwamba mwenzako yuaje na kipande cha gongo, wewe una kipande cha kitambaa cheupe, ati unasema amani amani amani, unatamaka kashakubandika gongo la kichwa, umeanguka na kitambaa chako. Sasa itabidi kama ni gongo na mimi pia na gongo, kwa kama ukilitundika ukichelewa na mimi nilitundika. Sasa labda hili pia litaweza kutusaidia swala, lakini vile vile swala la polisi kuweza kuletwa kwa wingi hasa katika maeneo ya kupiga kura. Kwa kweli natamausha ni kwamba kutakuwaje sasa jambo hili la kimsingi la kikatiba ambalo linampa Mkenya kutafuta kile ambacho anaona ni bora, kisha baadaye kuwa na ulinzi kiasi kwamba ni kama hii yote kwa kweli hayana tija kwa kweli. So nimejaribu kusikiza tu hii interview yake, lakini masuala na afya ameyazungumzia, masuala nini ameyazungumzia, sawa, lakini mwisho wa siku ni kwamba wala tusiwe na shaka. Hapo hapo kwa Gumzi hapo, tukibaki hapo tuone kweli kama kura zitaweza kuchezewa. Ndio nimeungana naye mkono tu, lakini yale mengine yote yamezungumza, wacha tu Mungu wacha tuachie hapo tu, lakini kikweli wanasiasa wetu ni wale vigeugeu, wakati kiatu kina mfinya ndo lakini kiwa kina kimelegea kidogo, mguu uko sawa, basi mambo yako sawa, lakini kidogo akikimbana nageuka. Ndio siasa tuliyozoea, ambayo kwa kweli wanasiasa lazima tuichunge, but mwananchi apewe nafasi yake kikatiba, kwamba yeye ndio mwamuzi na ndio kila kitu, ndio sauti na ndio yeye ndio kusema. Basi hili kama litatimilika kikamilifu, naona hili taifa litaweza kusonga mbele. Hayo tu nataka kuchangia kidogo na hii speech kaka.
Okay, asante sana, kwa sababu mimi pia tunaelekea tu kufunga. Tulikuwa tunataka tu kutoa maoni ya mahojiano. Najua kesho ndakuja mapema ili tudadavue haya yote, na hata leo tulikuwa tunafaa tukue na kijana msafi, lakini kwa sababu mkubwa wake huyu alikuwa na mahojiano, akasema basi mimi pia utanipatia ruhusa kidogo. Sasa tutakuwa naye hapa kesho pia
Benson, hapa kuna ndugu yangu hapa Kona anasema msimamo, you sound beaten and defeated like a United fan. No. Mimi kama msimamo nasimama pale ambapo naona kuna tija. Kwa hiyo siwezi nikazungumza kwa sababu already kuwa United si tatizo. Wala sikushindwa, lakini tunazungumza the real facts ambazo zipo, ili kusudi unajua ile kupigalo siku zote limekufunza. So mimi nitazungumza kwa sababu na haki ya kuzungumza, si kama labda naogofya kama nimepigwa na nani. Wanasiasa ni wale na mimi na jinsi hapa tunafaa tuwe mstari wa mbele kuweza kulitetea taifa, kwa sababu ndio wananchi na ndio ambao tumefungwa kamba hapa na hawa viongozi hawa wa United. Nasema tuko na yes
msimamo. Uelewi good ya ni mimi anajaribu kuingisha kwa conversation, ndio ameweka United hapo. Najua tunawapiga viboko vibaya sana wananyoroshwa, sasa lazima alete jina yangu, lakini sasa tumekuwa tukionyesha mavijambo na vijembe so lazima angeweka hivyo, kwa sababu Man United hawajapigwa. Kwa nini alete mambo ya United kupigwa? So hiyo ni kama kugojea maembe chini ya mti wa mnazi.
At what time do you feel is very good for me to come in? At what time? Because what usually happens is that the reason why sometimes I come in early, because Makobura is just engaged, because we are planning to do 2 sessions, then Makobura would pick. I usually tend to come in. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, sawa. Msimamo ndio brother Benson Media. Hang on, I have something for msimamo. Msimamo sawa. Acha tusikie ni nini inakuja. Okay. Maybe Joseph, in a nutshell, at the end of the day, what people are looking for, or what so many people have alternative. People tend to believe that, or people believe that the administration currently, based on even like the odious debt, the borrowing, and everything that is going on, people tend to say that things are not working right now, are not working the way they should be. But when you look at opposition, and today we have Rigathi Gachagua, and from the way he was having a conversation, does it give you any hope that maybe United Opposition can come in and speak in one voice and have strategy to beat President William Ruto, bearing in mind that the referee, which is IBC, is some question mark has been put on it?
Thank you for that question. I think for me, I came here and I said clearly that I cannot like Rigathi Gachagua presidency, but there is people in the United Opposition who can take the mantle, and they can be able to transform this country. We have seen them there inside that. I don't want to name names right now, but clearly what he said there about the referee. The referee sometimes has indicated to us like he's not neutral. He's somehow on one-sided. But what can you do also as a Kenyan? Because even if the United Opposition is asking you, what will we do? Gachagua asked there clearly, what will I do? So it's the same thing I ask myself. What can we do as Kenyans? The only thing we can do is we go and vote the way he was saying, and wait for people for how they are going to be able to guard the votes. But there is a place I went and debated this thing, and people bashed me a bit. When I asked how are votes going to be stolen, it will not be able to happen in general elections, because the only thing that can happen is only hyping of voters in certain areas where you have strongholds. But you coming to steal elections in a polling station, it will be very difficult. You heard him talking that there will be an agent for the MCA, there will be an agent for the MP, there will be an agent for the women rep, there will be an agent for the senator, and there will be an agent for the governor, and also an agent to look for the presidential elections. So it will be a very difficult task for people to be able to steal. What can happen in the police station? There will be bribery, but you know, bribery happens. Like the by-elections, I really understood. The by-elections, you can be able to bribe people as fast because it is not so many areas. It is in certain region, you see. But the general elections is everywhere. It is in the whole country. So if you are using like 800, let's say 800 or 500, the figures that were given, 500 million. How much money will it be given to the whole constituencies that are going to be there? It means it is so much. It will be so much money that will be spent in all these constituencies, so that they can be able to garner the MPs that they need. Another thing he talked about was the story of Mbere. He stated it clearly the way I was stated it clearly, that Mbere votes very differently. And I think also Ayaga here had said that Mbere people, the votes cannot be stolen. And then he came and said about Mbere and how they vote. It's true, Mbere people, they vote very differently. But how do they vote in the national elections for the president? That is something that needed to be checked, because if he has given very good examples. In 2002, he gave an example. In 2007, he gave an example. In 2013, and he gave an example in 2022, and he's giving an example of now. The by-elections, you see, the candidacy of the UDA is the one who has taken the seat. But you know, they are saying that they are going to go to the court, so we need to wait for that. But this one is something that is always seen in Embu. Embu politics itself, Brother Benson. I'm telling you from a person who has been in Embu. Embu politics is very tricky politics, because I can tell you they had the likes of Wambora and a person called Lenny Kivuti. You know, they voted for Lenny Kivuti as an MP, but in 2020, in 2017, 2013, and 2022, Lenny Kivuti did not win any of the seats in there. He never won the governorship. But if you look at his politics, he's still a person who is of record in Embu politics. You know, even you can look at the likes of Joe Nyaga, Brother Benson. Joe Nyaga was a Pentagon member. Yeah. Joe Nyaga was a Pentagon member. Did ODM at that time get votes from Mbere or from him? That is a question we need to ask ourselves, because if Joe Nyaga was a real, let's say he was a real kingpin of the Embu nation, did he get votes to bring to Raila Odinga at that time? That's the real question. And another thing is, I see Dandario has come here. I don't know if he was listening to the speech, and it has been very nice. I think maybe he was here, he could have also told us something. But hata Gypsy naona anasema anatupatia za Christmas. Alete nyingi za Christmas kule mchele.
Hata naona hapa amekumbuka ndugu yangu. Msimamo uko hapo? Kaka upo?
Yeah, nipo kaka yangu, nipo nasikiza ndugu yangu hapa, lakini vile vile nafuatilia upande wa pili kule. Nimeona ndugu yangu Jesper, nimeona ndugu yangu hapa amenikumbuka Bwana we, hapa ongezee tena pale ambapo pameweza kupunguka, ili Mungu aweze kupajaza tena na tena na tena, apewe roho ya kukumbuka vile vile. Maana hiyo ndio njia pekee yake ambapo uungu unatimilika.
Sasa mimi nikitoka hapa kesho, ukikuja hapa utamhakikishia kwamba barua yake imefika. Unajua
hamna shida.
Kuna kupatiana na pia kuna ile, unajua ujumbe ikifika ndio sasa tumesema mtindo huo umekamilika. Mako Bura, habari gani?
Good evening, I'm doing good. Nashukuru na salimu kila mmoja. Nikianza na wewe, nikienda kwa Joseph na vile vile naona msimamo. Na bila kusahau wale wenzetu ambao wako kwa comment section pia na wasalimu. Na natumai wako ama wapo wazima.
Sasa wewe usitabidi usukume kidogo, mimi nishughulikie mambo fulani hapa. Uko sawa?
Ni sawa, ni vile nimekuwa nje kidogo. Sijui mmeyaongelelea gani?
Nitaanza na Gachagua. Gachagua alikuwepo hapa. Wewe anza na Gachagua hapa, Joseph atakupatia mwelekeo.
Sawa. Hiyo ni shwari basi.
Okay, asante.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Joseph, thank you so much. And niliingia kitambo, niliwaona kitambo ulikuwa, lakini sikujua bado mpo. Kucheki ama kuangalia hivi nikaona bado mko area, na nikasema pia mimi nije. Nimefika late kidogo, lakini vile vile nimesema nijiunge na nyinyi nipeane maoni yangu. Sasa Joseph, wewe kwa vile ulikuwa hapa, tafadhali utakuwa mwelekezi wetu kabla nishike network vizuri.
Sawa, lakini uongeza sauti kidogo brother Mark. Uko chini kidogo. Ama labda ni mimi nasikia ukiwa chini. Wanisikia vizuri?
Nakusikiza, sauti yangu ilipotea kidogo.
Lakini pia sauti yake iko chini kweli Afrika.
Pole. Kama sauti ilipotea, pole sana. Hope you are doing fine.
Yes, I'm doing fine. Hivi karibuni weather imekuwa ikibadilika, lakini niko salama, nashukuru.
Sawa, pole sana. Tulikuwa tunaongea kuhusu Gachagua. Amekuwa akitoa speech hapa around, ametoa speech kama lisalili moja na kitu. So alikuwa anaongea kuhusu yale mambo yamekuwa kitendeka. Akaongea kuhusu Mbere na vile yeye aliona matokeo yake ya vile kulifanyika mambo huko Mbere, na vile alikuwa anaongea kuhusu vile polisi walitumia gun na wakatumia nguvu na kupeana pesa ili kunini wale watu ndio wasiweze wapige kura. Alisema mpaka pia watu wazee waliambiwa kama wataweza kupigia kura huyu jamaa wa UDA kwamba watanyang'anywa ile pesa yao. I think saizi wanaita kuna jina wanaita ile pesa ya watu wazee. So alafu akaongea kuhusu elimu, akaulizwa vile atafanya wakiweza kushinda hii uchaguzi ya 2027, vile yeye anaweza kubadilisha elimu. Akaongea kuhusu health, vile mnaita health aje kwa Kiswahili bwana. Akaongea kuhusu health na vile anaweza kubadilisha hii mambo ya health, na akaongea kuhusu mambo ya security na vile CS wa security amekuwa mtu ambaye utendakazi wake uko kwenye shauku, na akaongea kuhusu vile wale vijana walipelekwa Haiti, vile mambo yaliwakumba na vile hawangekuwa tu wamepelekwa huko Haiti. Na akaongea pia kuhusu Safaricom, na hiyo ni kitu siku kwanza nilikuwa nataka comment kuhusu vile ameongea kuhusu Safaricom, kwa sababu alikuwa anaulizwa na mtangazaji wa runinga ya KTN. Alikuwa anamuuliza kuhusu Safaricom inauzwa na wanauza pesa ngapi, wakasema 34 shillings, yani 34 pesa ya Kenya per share. Na akasema kuwa kwa nini Wakenya hawajaulizwa kama hao wenyewe wanataka kununua hizi shares before waweze kunini kuuza hii kampuni kwa watu ambao wanatoka kwa nchi za nje. So hiyo ilikuwa tu mambo ile tulikuwa tuna discuss, brother Mark. Sijui kama unaweza changia kitu yoyote. I think nimekuambia kaongea kuhusu vile ifanyi kazi, vile yeye akirudi wakiweza kapatiwa hii uongozi ya 2027 yeye vile atarudisha NHIF. Akaongea vile walimu wamekandamizwa, ile healthcare scheme yao iliondolewa na ya polisi. Akaongea kuhusu HELB, akasema kuhusu HELB vile wakiwekwa kwa serikali wataweza kurudisha.
Naomba nipeane maoni yangu kidogo kabla nisahau zingine. Of course I know the tone that he was using. I watched it for some few minutes. I didn't manage to watch everything. But of course I know who Gachagua is. I understand his politics and of course how he plays it. I understand that very well. So I would like to give my take. Of course, part of what I heard him speaking about was SHA. And I would like to just give my take on that first. I didn't see this advance. And I also saw a point when he was asked why would he distance himself from the comment, from SHA and the decisions that were made by this government. And Joseph, would you kindly confirm if audible? Kama mnanisikiza ndio nisijipate nazungumza peke yangu.
Nakusikia sasa. Okay. Labda msimamo anaweza confirm.
Okay. Okay, asante sana. Sasa acha basi nikazungumze. Msimamo?
Yes, nakupata kwa mbali, lakini endelea tu, lakini ni kwa mbali kidogo.
Okay, asante sana. Rigathi Gachagua was a deputy president, of course, elected by the people of Kenya, because the constitution clarifies and gives an explanation of to what extent, or it gives the guideline and of course all the procedures that are met for one to be elected for any particular position in the Republic of Kenya. But unfortunately, of course, we have those people are supposed to be doing the monitoring, starting from the EACC, the IEBC, and all those other bodies who are supposed to be doing a checkup and, of course, ensuring that the Chapter 6, which, of course, deals with integrity of an individual, are all met. And since we already have quite a number of politicians elected, it is right for us to say that I don't how niko na AI kweli. I don't know what you mean. Good year. Unless you clarify, I don't know what you mean. Hiyo mambo ya AI sielewi vizuri kama niko nayo hapa hivi. Yeah, so I would like to say that partly all those people who are currently serving, majority of them, of course, as much as they might be having issues on matters of cleanliness, cleanliness in matters of in terms of what we need in leadership, I would say that majority are not clean enough. But again, all those things are up to, it's a decision that is made by quite a number of bodies, of course, including the EACC and others who are supposed to be deciding. And also ensuring that person before they're presented before, taken through the election, they have what is needed. Gachagua was taken through all those processes and of course was deemed fit for that particular position. Along the way, they had problems with his boss, who was the president, William Samoei Ruto. And out of that, they did have several problems and he was impeached. And I would say that from the impeachment, after the impeachment, the people of Kenya have come to realize who truly Rigathi Gachagua is. And to me, I can say in this particular platform that there's a bit that I like in Gachagua. But the only worry that I have that makes me not fully believe or trust is comments or is ideas are because the normal politician, the politicians we've ever had, a politician who is somebody who is, they're typically liars. To that extent, I fail sometimes to associate myself with these comments. And of course, being that he's been in this political environment for long, and not just that, he's been in the public limelight for long, he's been a public figure, he's been a public servant. And there's so many times we've never seen or heard him coming out, because you understand in the public service there are so many matters involving integrity and things to do with good leadership. We've never heard him come out to point or to say that so and so this is not right, until the other day when he was given the position of the deputy president. That is the worry that I have. And that is why sometimes I do question whether all these things and the energy that he uses to criticize the government is whether a true thing coming from his heart, or it is coming out of anger or out of desperation that he was because of him, because he was sent out of the government. But if truly speaking from his heart and that is who he is, then I can say he's a good man. But that put or set aside, I would like to give my comment on what he spoke about Shah. To me, I don't understand why Shah, and this is a comment that I've ever given here, this is a discussion that we've ever had here in this particular platform. I've never understood why the NHIF was disbanded and then an introduction of Shah was brought forth. Because all these things, the end game of course is assisting the people of Kenya in one way or another on matters of health. If truly the government was truthful and the leaders were truthful, the president, the deputy, of course, including the cabinet secretaries and whoever, the stakeholders, all those people were supposed to be making the right decision. If truly they were truthful enough, then they would have transformed Shah. They would have given it an uplift and ensured that whatever was not working in that particular ministry or in that particular department worked under strict supervision, of course, from the government machineries. Unfortunately, they decided to bring something else, Shah. And the question then comes, why did they come up with Shah? And yet there was NHIF that was functioning, or even if it had issues, what was wrong doing an upgrade, doing some uplift here and there? What was wrong transforming or coming up with mechanisms to ensure that whatever was not working worked? That is the question that I've kept asking. And the reason why I partly also don't understand Rigathi Gachagua is that he was part and parcel of this particular government. I remember them campaigning and saying that NHIF was not working and that they were going to come up with a good platform that was going to assist the people. So that, of course, clarifies the fact that Rigathi Gachagua was part and parcel of this particular deal. It is only that the deal never went as they had planned with Kasongo. And that is part of the reason why he is bitter when he speaks about Shah. And of course, he understood while they were making or coming up with this Shah that it was truly not beneficial to the people of Kenya. But they decided to to force it on the people of Kenya. Apart from that, look at the e-citizen thing. This is one of those things that has brought a lot of problems to the people of Kenya. And the other day you heard that informations of the people of Kenya were being stored. Instead of having a government set up way of doing things, some of the systems were owned by individuals. And these are the questions that the people of Kenya have been asking. Why would you outsource a system that is going to store government details or government or the people's details? That is part of the questions that the people are asking. And the answer, of course, is why did they even approve such kind of things? It means that they had what we call interest, or the people who are holding this particular platforms are well known to the relevant or the big people in the government. So to me, this government was formed out of greed. It was formed out of insincerity, and there's nothing positive that can come out of it. If we start speaking of Safaricom, Safaricom has been successful courtesy of the hard work of the people of Kenya. It is up to the people of Kenya, because they are shareholders in this. Whether they are not shareholders, they are the customers of this particular brand of Safaricom. And if anything is supposed to be done with Safaricom, the people of Kenya has to be consulted. That is my thinking. And of course, being that the government of Kenya has shares in it, it is not an individual thing. And it was wise that whatever decisions or deals that were being made, it was good that the people of Kenya also told about it, not at the when things are now getting hotter. Then that is now you start seeing people explaining all those things which are not making sense, when already there are some steps that have been taken, and that is not right. We are living in a country where people understand what is happening. We are living in a country where people are learned. We are living in a country where people are always alert, and they know what is right and what is not right. There's nothing wrong consulting a group of people who have made use, who have participated in making Safaricom the giant telco that it is today. And it is courtesy of the people of Kenya and the hard work of the people of Kenya that Safaricom even expanded to the other places. The other countries like Ethiopia. That is what I would like to say. And I don't know, Joseph, you had something else that before you remind me. I want to talk about political parties and what is said about Nairobi. Nairobi County is, of course, it's a county that if you are going to if you want to succeed politically, then you have to think twice. You have to consult the people. You have to unite, and you have to listen to the people. And that is why the voting pattern of Nairobi has been very different from the voting pattern of other counties. Because Nairobi, the Nairobi people do not really care about political parties, but they care about who can deliver. And that, of course, was confirmed last time. As much as ODM has been in control of the Nairobi County, so many times we've seen leaders who have been rejected either by ODM or other political parties coming out. But of course, with a good agenda, they will always succeed. And if Rigathi Gachagua said that they are having a conversation on how to work a deal in Nairobi, then it is up to them as the political class. Of course, Nairobi has or requires a lot of calculations. Without calculations, they are not going to find it easy. I saw that it was asked about the agreement they have between the opposition, that is Wiper, and the DCP, and he was saying that there's nothing wrong. I partly agree with him, because Rigathi Gachagua is playing smartly in this particular point, because he's trying to market his party, and he's right. Any party or party leader, of course, would want their political parties to succeed. And if coming with propaganda, whichever would make his party popular, that has always been the way for them. And if you remember, even how the president got into power, he came with a lot of promises, came with a lot of propaganda, came with a lot of PR. And before the people of Kenya got to understand, he was already elected as the president, and there's nothing you can do about it until he finishes his term. So those are some of the tactics that Rigathi Gachagua is trying to use, because I'm seeing him is speaking as if he wants this opposition party leader. I mean, the whole opposition team is speaking as if the DCP party is the strongest in that particular opposition, the united opposition political parties. That is my take. Joseph, is there anything that is still pending on that particular discussion? I mean, whatever you have discussed that is still remaining that I need to give my take on. Joseph?
I think you've tackled a bit of everything, but there's some questions I needed to answer. I was asked by Goodyear here that is Safaricom not Vodafone? They were trying to merge, but the problem is, I would not like to say it here, but Safaricom, Vodafone is a very, the company itself is not very that good. It's like the same deal we were being given by Adani, the same deals. I don't know where these deals they come with them from. Because Vodafone, as I know it, and as I know from a point where I've come to a country where they are using Vodafone, you can clearly even tell in this country Vodafone is not even used well. Even the person of the leadership of this country really does not even like that Vodafone. So Vodafone as itself as a company, I wish these shares can be bought by Kenyans, because you telling that you're going to sell a company. I wish you were saying that you're going to try and sell something like shares like Kenya Airways or some of the Kenya Power, but not things like company which are making profits in the country. You're saying you're going to sell them. So what will happen to the companies which are not making profit? You know, we need to have some decorum when we are doing some of these things. It's very absurd and unseen. Safaricom as a company has never made those great losses like these other companies. So them saying that they are going to sell shares, what is the impact of Vodafone have we seen in the global market? You know, I've never seen that impact of Vodafone in the global market. In which countries are they? Where what happens in these countries they are? You know, it's a very difficult affair, because you know Kenya has been looked at under how we have been able to manage M-Pesa. You know, Safaricom manages the M-Pesa, and this is a phenomenon that has never been seen in the world. Some people even came to do what do we call this ones? They came to look. Wanajitaga nini hizi, wanakuja kuangalia people from other countries. They came for a benchmarking to see how Safaricom and how M-Pesa was working, because it was unheard of that somebody can send money through a mobile and it reaches to the other person through a mobile, and this technology is being discovered by people from Africa, and also Kenya. So I even saw the videos of Johnny Quest when he was coming to showcase how the M-Pesa, that even everywhere you go in Nairobi, you'll see M-Pesa. Why are these companies like the Airtel, like the other one which was called what is called the other company? There was Airtel and there's the other one which other name we were using it before.
Telcom.
Telcom, yeah. Telcom was a very big company in before years. I don't know if you know that, Marco Pura. It was very strong company, and it was the one which was like the service providers for every Kenyan at that time. Then we had something called they came with Kensel. I don't know if you know Kensel, brother Marco Bura. There was one which was called Kensel, then which came and it was changed.
I remember Celtel. There was Celtel.
Yeah, so this Kensel, there was one which was called Kensel, and it was in the years of, I think Father Dan is here, he will tell you very well. It was in the years of 2000s, 2001, 2002 there. Celtel, yeah, but you know there was Kensel before, and Kensel also was an Indian, I think, company. And Kensel, ilikuwa ile wakati tulikuwa tumepata tusimu fulani tumpya, tulikuwa tuna flip. Sijui kama unajua ule tusimu, tunafunguka hapa chini unaona tuko na kamlango. It was very fascinating at that time. You know, we had phones. Acha kwanza nikukumbushe kihistory kidogo. We had phones which we first started with another one which was called Motorola, which had a big area. Then things got advancing.
Motorola
At that time we had Safaricom, by the way. We had Safaricom, but the line was being sold. Yeah. But you know, at that time, Safaricom was selling the line at around 3,500, I think 4,000 a line, and the credit was only 500 going up. You could not buy credit less than 500. And then we came, with other phones which now were upgrades of the Motorola, which were the ones which were called Sagen and Siemens. I know, brother, our father Dan there is there. He'll tell you there was phones called Sagen and Siemens. So that's when the Nokia brand entered into the market and they flooded the market scene. Even Shima has told you it was called Kensel. I can remember very clearly because we had, at that time there was a phone which had come out at that time of Kensel. A phone ilikuwa inaitwa Sony Ericsson. Sony Ericsson. I don't know if you know Sony Ericsson. Ilikuwaga na kamlango hapa chini, mtu akiweka it was swag bwana. Hiyo wakati ilikuwa swag. Ukionekana tu kona gazimu umeshika hivi kona kamlango hapa chini. So my mom clearly had a one Sagen ambayo ilianguka kwa maji and it was not recoverable. So at that time we had those companies and they were very competitive, brother Mark. But as we continued, Safaricom really gained momentum, and it really shook the world when it came with the proposal. They came with the ingenuity of coming with M-Pesa as a product, and M-Pesa really picked up. I think that is where they beat up Celtel and they collapsed the whole system. Then ndio wakaanza after it was sold, and then it became to Airtel. But you know, it has been having a problems. They have even tried to join with the Telcom. So I don't know why we don't have all these public participations for us to be able to say if you need it to be sold or not sold. Because let me tell you, when you sell shares of a company to another company, it means you're also selling data of that customer. You're selling data of the customer and everything to the highest power, who is going to be able to buy the company. And I don't know where we have come with all this hula baloo of selling companies. The deal with Adani was very dangerous. Have we not learned anything? The deal with Adani was very, very dangerous deal, and we are still going back to deals that are not even proper. You know, even I had seen another deal that of the railway at Zinaharibu kuuza the Kenya pipeline to Uganda. Brother, when you think about the KPC, I mean Kenya Pipeline Corporation, I think it is very shocking as an affair in the country that we cannot be able to manage our own institution. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about us as individuals? We have really failed. The institution called the parastatals, they have failed in the mandate. We should not even be having these parastatals. But to start with, the problem with these parastatals, already we have put in tribal lines that you're given this work as a thank you after you supported the government and you have failed in your elections. So they give you these parastatals to run. When they give you these parastatals, you don't even have a clue or an idea what to do with them. And I'm telling you another thing that is coming to be taken also. You hear there is a problem with the port. You hear the Kenya Port Authority, it has a problem. We need now to get a foreign investor to be able. Imagine we wanted even to say that we need even these guys to be able to put our electricity. They needed to put our airports. We could have even been told we need them to be able to manage our ports. You are managing everything, the entry of the country. You are managing the power of the country. Now we are going back to managing even the privacy of a phone. Do you know how privacy of a phone is? That you're trying to manage even the data of a person. It is very dangerous, and I can feel some things even make me shiver. This is not all about Gachagua or anybody, but if you are a Kenyan who has your real brain, you can clearly see there is something that is amiss. So that about Safaricom, one thing I always state clear, brother Mark, I can never like a Gachagua presidency, and I will never like a Gachagua presidency. But the latter is also not good. The Ruto presidency also it has failed Kenyans. So where do we rely on? We rely on somebody who can be able to come and be able to put out these systems that were put down. I don't know if I don't know if Marco Bura, you know about Linda Mama. You know, Linda Mama was a healthcare was a scheme that was brought by the former president, which was a very good initiative. But initially, it was pulled down. We had even another initiative, even though it was siphoning money. I don't know, siphoning or doing what. Another one which was called it was called NYS, Kazi Mtaani. You remember that one? You ever did work in Kazi Mtaani? I don't know, but I saw so many youths who did Kazi Mtaani and they were out of crime. Crime even was going at a low rate in where I come from, which is Dagoretti. The crime was going very low because you could see these guys. They were going for cleaning of the estates, cleaning of the villages, and they were even doing cutting of even the fences. They are collecting garbages. They were being cooked for lunch. They were being given money maybe after 2 weeks. It was a very good initiative, but after we were told that this initiative is a very bad one and we need to take our children to go to Mijengos and do whatever is called the affordable housing, which I highly doubt how many youths could be employed in that housing. But for the NYS Kazi Mtaani, it was advisable because the youths who are coming from the universities, they could have given this one wajishikilie kidogo before they know their next step. But this is Kenya for you. People come and say that it is not good, and that is what it goes. So I don't like to meddle in the politics side of it, but I also heard about the capitation in schools. And if what Gachagua has really said is true, then we are looking at a looming strike in January. And I'm telling you, a looming strike in January, it will be a very bad affair. Because right now we have some of the counties where we are having demonstration for workers who have not been paid. Now take an instance that teachers are going to be going on a strike. And then you're going to hear another strike for doctors or something. So what does it mean for the whole years that we have been in this presidency? Will it only be remembered for strikes, worker strikes, workers putting their tools down? There is no honoring of the CBA. I clearly see, there is a CBA that has been put in place starting from, I think, 2026 to 2030, which is for adding salaries to these teachers and the civil servants. So I would clearly want to see how they are going to negotiate with the teachers. That's why you saw Ruto calling teachers 10,000 teachers to State House. He was trying to bring in wajaribu kuongea, but I'm telling you, if the strike is going to happen in January, because the strike is not only happening because of the teachers CBA, Brother Mark, it is happening because there is no capitation for schools. Head teachers are crying. Principals in the high schools, they are crying. There is no food, there is no nothing. We are starting another year. When we are starting the year with strikes, I don't think it is going to end well that year because it will be a year of too much problems. And I'm hoping that they can be able to resolve this, because starting the year with strikes is not a very good idea, because it always jumps up the country and everything starts going haywire. Even the Gen Z-led protest, it started with only some strikes, which were started with the teachers and what have you. Then I would like to touch on CBC. CBC was a very good initiative, but the problem was it was not well thought out. The person who could have even tried to implement this CBC is the late Professor Magoha, but may the good Lord rest his soul in peace. He was a kind of a man who could be able to be strict and be able to bring this fruition of the CBC alive. Because CBC in also, Brother Mark, I'll try to explain to you in these countries that are growing to become first world, they're using a curriculum that is like the CBC model, where you have this education is not all about we are going to class, we pass exams, then it's done. It's all about the kids' development and how they can be able to get into the job market and how they are prepared that they can use their talents. Maybe your talent, Brother Mark, is drawing. Maybe your talent is in music. Maybe your talent is in fashion and design. This is a very well thought out plan. But the problem is, when you have a well thought out plan, but you have leaders who are very insincere and they are very corrupt in these dealings. I'm talking even the likes of Gachagua inside, because also he was a deputy president in that government. He cannot run away from that. It is a very, very bad affair. You having leaders who cannot be able to bring this education, because the backbone of the country is always told it is agriculture. But I would like to add another backbone of the country is education. If there is something that Kibaki was able to give to the small kids who are there, it is education. And it really touched lives of people everywhere, because there is even fathers and mothers who they went back to school to attain some education level. And it is very sad that after all that was done, I think also Kibaki did a mistake that he did not anchor this into law. This one was supposed to be anchored deep inside the law, inside the constitution of Kenya. It was supposed to be anchored in that in case any person comes and tries to remove this, then it could be a problem. But I think also Kenyans, we need to reflect and ask ourselves, there's things that have been happening. What do we want as a country? Because clearly, I will echo the words of Rigathi Gachagua, even though is the way people take him as. I will echo just one thing he said. We have a rubber stamp of a parliament. There is nothing they do. Their work is just saying the bill is brought, they pass. So even this one for Safaricom, don't wait for it until they are going to go and argue about it. So what are we supposed to do as citizens? We are supposed to ask for things, for different methods of us dealing with these things. Because things like parastatals, like those ones here, Safaricom, they are not easy things that you are supposed to be taking and selling them the way you want. We are supposed to be having models of where citizens can be able to even be called out for a referendum and ask if they need these things, or they need the Safaricom to be sold, or they need us having the Adani deal, or they need this and this and this. So we are at a crossroad as a country. Today, even I was privileged to hear the speech of, I don't know what happens. Sometimes when I'm just going through my day, there's something that catches me that also comes back to when I'll come and give my opinions here. I was hearing the speech of Obama when he came to Kenya, I think in 2015. Yeah, I was hearing at his speech, and he was talking about how Kenya has been trying to come up of age, but he clearly outlined what are the ills that were aching us as a country in 2015. And if you look at what the things that I hope, Brother Mark, you can go back to that speech, and the things that he was talking about in 2015, my brother, they have never been fulfilled in this country. We still have problems. He was talking about a child in, was it in Alego? A child in Alego, a girl, cannot be able to go to school because the same situations with a child in Alego and a child in Central Province, they're not the same. The things are haphazard. You find people in northeastern there, they don't have schools. They are still learning under trees. So I don't know what we are going to do, but I think we have been almost now 10 years after Obama gave that speech. What have we changed as a country? I also went to the speech of the late Pope Francis, and Father Dan is here. I went through the speech of Father of Pope, the late Pope Francis, and I heard him talking about the sweetness of corruption. He was talking about how people need to live the sweetness of corruption. And I asked myself, that is 2015. We are still 10 years talking about the same thing. Don't we get tired as Kenyans to talk about these issues? About corruption, about nepotism, about tribalism? Do we not get tired about these things? So these things, when you hear them, and I tend to get angry. So these things are still there. And also Gachagua came and said that there is unity in Kenya. Brother, there is tribalism which is deep-rooted in our hearts. And we need to change this one as a chorus. And we need to change completely. But now, where the leaders are taking us now, Brother Mark, tunaongea kuhusu kuwa first world country. Hatutukua tukiongea kuhusu vile corruption imetumaliza. If you had the report of EACC, you could even laugh. It is a joke of a report. I did not even want to read about it again. And what they are saying they have done in the past, I don't know how many years. It is a joke of a report. I hope they can do better, because that report they removed, I don't think even they can do better. They are just a joke of an institution. Thank you, Makubura.
Yeah, I think on the matter of maybe before I give my opinion on corruption, I was just going through some comments here. I've seen some comments about Celtel, Airtel, Transcell, and Father Dania is saying that alikuwa Sonko during those days, and he used to have a flipped phone. And
I don't know if you found those phones, lakini ungecheka sana ukiona tukitumia touch screen phones. Me, I had a phone. Hata mimi nilikuwa Sonko, Father Dana, sikutishia hapo. I was a Sonko, nilikuwa na Nokia fulani, ilikuwa inaitwa Nokia, was it Nokia 33? No, 11. Oh. Was it? No, not 1110. I had a Nokia which was, it was a very good Nokia, because the earplugs even walikuwa different. Hazikuwa za pin, zilikuwa earphones, zilikuwa zinaka kama hii cable fulani inaeka kwa gari. And that phone was a really good phone. Ilikuwa mpaka na mziki, ilikuwa na kila gani, nilikuwa na ringa. Then I came and got another Nokia which was there. Nokia fulani ulikuwa mpaka una store videos zako, and you could Google on Warp Trick. Kwanza ukisikia Warp Trick bwana. Kitu inaburuka. I could Google on Warp Trick. Hiyo wakati ni mimi nilikuwa ninasema. So, and then I got another Nokia Flap. Sijui kama unajua Nokia Flap. Motorola Flap. I had a Motorola Flap before we had the sliding one. Do you remember Motorola Flap?
I remember Motorola used to make a lot of noise.
Yeah, I had a flap and it was very nice. Kwanza nilikuwa ninaringa nayo nikiflap hivi nikikafungua hivi. But the problem, the battery of that phone was very, very bad. It could not even take power. I think walikuwa wametengeneza battery kidogo, lakini ile vitu iko ndani ni mingi. So, but mimi nilikuwa tajiri pia. Father Dana, siringe hapa sana. Nilikuwa tajiri among my peers. And at that time pia, I told you the credit was how much?
$5.
The credit? No, it was 500. What are you talking about? Ulikuwa unanunua credit fulani inakaa kikaratasi kikubwa hivi, inakaa ni coupon. Then you could put the credit and people could talk with it. Lakini naelewa Marco Bura, wewe umekuja hii enzi ya messages za 20, unapatiwa messages sijui 300 ama ni message 200. Hiyo wakati mrembo akuona na simu kama hiyo, alafu uandike ka message. Sasa hizo ulikuwa unajisikia ni wewe big boss hiyo wakati.
We used to have Nokia 1110, the one with the greenish color. And I remember some of my friends, like they were used to chatting na hizo phone on next time. Hawakujua hata hizo nini ziko wapi. Like somebody would be looking at you this way, na na chat na angalia screen, na angalia the buttons, and
ilifika pahali Ilifika pale mpaka nikakuwa typist. Unaweza kusikia typist, unaandika message. Bwana. Hiyo wakati ulikuwaga sasa ni wewe big boss. Kwanza mrembo akikuona ukitype hivi haraka haraka. Hizo ma ABC, unajua ABC ziko kwa namba moja. ABC EFD. Una type mbio. So I was really enjoying at that time. And then that time lakini brother Max, sijui kama mpaka mmejienjoy Christmas vile si tumejienjoy bwana. Nowadays I hear about, you know, we are even entering the festive season. Hiyo wakati unasikia chapati brother Mark, unasikia chapati, unasikia.
These days when chapati was chapati.
Yeah, so hiyo wakati chapati ingepikwa ungesikia ilikuwa mpaka unga yenyewe ya chapati. You know me
in December.
You know why I said I had a rich childhood is because I had my grandfather and my grandmother. They were working in a Indian company in industrial area which was called Iveco. No, not Iveco. It was called not Iveco. It was called something because my grandfather was driving an Iveco, so it was called Akuva Agency. I don't know if Father Dan knows Akuva Agency. It was dealing with steel. So my grandmother was cooking for the Indians there, and she really had a very. She was taught all the dishes and the by those Indians. So angetupikia masamosa, makebab, manini. So and then we had a TV. I think in that area, our area in city tulikuwa na TV. Kwanza tulikuwa na moja ilikuwa Great Wall. After kumaliza na Great Wall tukakuja tukapata ingine ilikuwa ya kibox kikubwa, ilikuwa ya colored. So hapo ndipo tulikuwa tunajiangalia vitu kama The Bold and the Beautiful. Ukikuja unaambiwa uende ukalale. And we had I talked about that because my grandfather that time hiyo ndio wakati brother Mark ulikuwa unasikia Pajero inakuja. Unajua my grandfather sometimes they were given a Pajero apelekane wedding. There was an wedding for the Indian. That is the first time I went for an Indian wedding. And nikajua bwana watu wanakula masukari bwana. Tulikula makeki. Tulikuwa tumebeba zile keki sasa tunazipeleka sijui wapi. Alitumwa apeleke sijui keki nyumbani. Brother, that time we ate so many of the snacks. And that's how even I was able to travel to Kisumu. I traveled to Kitale. I traveled to Kericho with my grandfather. Lakini wakati nayo pesa ilikuwa mingi juu tukienda na grandfather wangu pale akinirusha pale tukibeba mtu kutoka hapa tulikuwa tunabeba kwa lori nyuma. Tulikuwa tunabeba kwa hiyo lori yetu nyuma. Wanakaa tu huko nyuma, tunaenda tukiwa drop. Hiyo pesa ni yako Makobura. My grandfather was not taking anything. So nikirudi kutoka hiyo safari, I was a rich man. Me, I was a rich person bwana. I even admire those days. I wish they can come back. Hii mambo ya kujitafutia ni ngumu bwana.
That was nice.
That was nice. I see Father Dan talking about The Bold and the Beautiful. I can remind him another one. I think it was not very old, but kuna ingine ilikuwa inaitwa Days of Our Lives, na ingine ilikuwa inaitwa Seventh Heaven. Hiyo ni kwa najiangailia sana, ilikuwa ya Christian family. Na sasa ukaanza kuingia soap operas. There was a soap opera called The Bold and the Beautiful. See The Bold and the Beautiful inaitwa Esmeralda. Ilikuwa inaitwa Esmeralda. I don't know if it was Esmeralda. The lady was called Esmeralda.
There was one in Citizen, I'm forgetting. I remember people would queue. Watu walikuwa wanatoka, even parents walikuwa wanatoka mapema kwenda kwa jirani kusanyana huko. I'm forgetting the name.
So I think hiyo wakati ilikuwa mzuri sana, and people had the harmony in themselves. Tulikuwaga mpaka watu wako na ile nakwambia wakati ungepatikana kwa shida Marco bro, ulikuwa unapigwa na wazazi unapigwa na mtu yoyote huko, na anakuja anasema kwanza hata unamuomba sana usiende kuambia mzazi. Siende kuambia mzazi, juu akiambia mzazi unagojewa na kichapo ingine. So it was a very good time. I think also as kids, I think what is making us even stronger is watu walicheza sana at that time. Watu walikuwa nakula vitu zilikuwa healthy. Najua mpaka zile, sijui kama uliona mpaka zile the adverts we had were not also very bad. Ulikuwa unaona ile ya Tina Mondo. Unakumbuka Tina Mondo? Sijui kama uliona hiyo advert ya Tina Mondo.
Did you Chama of Paradise?
Brother Mark, basi wewe ni kijana bado. Kama ni Chama of Paradise.
During our time, that was the one that really trended, and I remember It almost ilikuwa inafanya tunachapwa kila siku. Tukikumbuka tu leo tunaenda kuwatch the storm over paradise.
Sasa hiyo Storm Over Paradise hiyo wakati sasa mimi nilikuwa nimejoin high school. Yeah. Wakati ya Storm Over Paradise, yeah. And then we had but we had at that time we had so many. Hiyo wakati tulikuwa tunajiangalia sana reso.
Yeah, I remember every Saturday, every Sunday.
From that time tulikuwa tunajiangalia reso, the time of akina Hulk Hogan. That time tulikuwa tunajiangalia sana reso, and then there was another kipindi ilikuwa ya KBC inaitwa Tausi. That one was a big one. That one sijui kama uliona hiyo, a guy called Baraza.
Niliona ile akina Mama Kayai.
Na Vitimbi. Then we had another one, Vioja Mahakamani. So it was a very nice time. Hiyo wakati I really fancy. I don't know if it is me because I was young, but I really fancy those moments. Wakati hiyo brother Mark, ungenunuliwa nguo za Christmas juu saa hizo ndio zilikuwa zina trend. Unajua kila mwaka kulikuwa kunakuja na nguo mpya ya Christmas. Hiyo mwaka kulikuwa kunakuja every year there is a new clothes for Christmas. So kuna nini kabla 24th imefika. Juu 24th mlikuwa mnakesha. Unasikia kukesha, tulikuwa tunakesha. After kukesha sasa 25 mankuli. You know that time even we were making Christmas trees. We were decorating them. Then ikifika 25 hata saa zingine karibu pigwa na wazazi, umeenda kuvaa nguo na hujaoga. Alafu unajua saa hizo pia ulikuwa unaoshwa na mzazi na ile karai ya chuma, unasuguliwa na kale kagunia bwana. So it was a very good time.
We the Catholics, Dan will tell you, I was part of the mass serving team. So I remember we were by now we would start training. We would be acting every 24th night. And I remember I played quite a number of roles. And I can tell you it was fun. After that, the 25th, it was now celebration. And I remember we would only see kuku na chapati during Christmas. And we had special clothes for that particular event.
I'm telling you, it was a nice time. It was a nice time to be alive, and it's things go and pass by. Sasa siku hizi nasikia watoto wa siku hizi wanasema pizza and sijui wanataka kununuliwa nini, so things and days go by and they tend to change. Hiyo wakati hata chapati bwana Mark, sasa hizi unapata chapati zinauzwa kwa streets, and also let me also state something else, that time money was, let's say, the money that was there, it was money which was not found very easily, but it was also lower. The things you could see were products were lower, but they were real products. But the problem is, between that time and now, if I was asked, at that time I don't know very well what I can say, but if I was asked, I could say it's better at that time when we were in that time. At least people could not get hunger so much. Isipokuwa ile wakati ulisikia tuletewa ile kaunga, ile mahindi ya kadhirikari ile ilikuwa ya yellow and we needed to bugia it. But at that time I could say even the things that were being fed to us. Sijui kama ulipatana na mafuta ya cowboy Marco Bura. Unajua sisi hatukuwa tunatumia hii salad mnatumia. Sisi tulikuwa tunatumia nyingine inaitwa cowboy. Cowboy na nyingine ilikuwa na unga ilikuwa ni ile unga ya golden, inaitwa golden.
Kasuku.
Kasuku hata ni mpya. Hata kulikuwa na before hata kasuku kulikuwa na nyingine inaitwa Kimbo.
Oh yeah, Kimbo. Yeah. I remember.
Then we had another, tulikuwa na jam nyingine. Wacha sasa jam. Kulikuwa na juice nyingine hapo brother Marco Bura. Ukiweka mlikuwa mnaiweka kwa ndoo mbili ndio idayutike. It was that and then we started coming with companies like Wencha. Then also the supermarkets which were near, also we had some supermarkets, maybe hiyo wakati I think supermarkets were also
Nakumat
is late. I think Uchumi was the oldest, and Ukwala was there, yeah. Kuala was there. So at that time, life was really, I think it was, I don't know if because me, I was a kid, but I think the levity in that time was a bit nice. I don't know if I felt nice because I was a kid, but if I compare it with today, sijui kama ni juu saizi nafanya kazi ni mimi najitafutia sasa, nasikia mambo ikiwa ngumu, lakini sasa mtoto wangu nikiambia mtoto wangu tuwe tukakata mti ya Christmas, ananiuliza tunaniambia nini baba, hiyo ni mimi naniambia. And as we could wake up, we could start this thing at, I'm telling you, December, wachana Christmas, December 1 ikianza itakuwaga ni Christmas December yote. You could start from day 1, then from the 1st of December. Na kuambia ikifika 12, after the 12, juu mlikuwa mnapikio kuku na hizo chapo 12. Ikipita 12, iende mpaka 25th. Hata ilikuwa inaisha 25th. Ilikuwa inaisha lini? Ilikuwa inaisha, that time we were going till date 3. Kwa sababu date 1 nakumbuka mlikuwa mnapika chakula bwana Mako Bura. Unajua kuna mpaka wakati fulani mimi na kierere yangu kumbe kumewekwa mafuta pale kwa ile karai. Unakumbuka ile karai ya chuma ndio tulikuwa linapikwa nayo. So tulikuwa wamepika masamosa hapo wakarusha kwa hiyo karai ya chuma. Mimi na haraka zangu nikachukua kama chungu hapo haraka. Nikaenda nikarusha ati nadhani ile ni maji kumbe ni mafuta. So after that the war that I was in, niliona hata vita hata ni hurumiwe. And at this time if your child even gets a small bleed, manze hiyo wakati ulikuwa unatoka mpaka kidole kucha ya mguu umecheza mpira huko, huwezi kataa kusema brother Mark. Au ukoongei au usemi. Juu ukisema sasa ndio hata ni wasi. Afadhali tu nyamazie. There was a time mimi hata nilikatwa pahali pale kwa mguu, sikuongea. Yaani nilikuwa ninaenda hivyo. Unavalishwa hiyo kiatu brother Mark, lakini unajua sasa hiyo wakati hata kiatu ilikuwa inakaa for so long. So hiyo kiatu inakufinya pale mbele lakini huwezi ongea. Afadhali uende ikuumize hivyo. Na ukienda shule uende upatikane umetoa hiyo kiatu. Me even I was privileged nilikuwa na kiatu ya kwenda shule. But those are the scenarios of where we have come from. We are still growing as a country. Things are changing, but the only problem that I see is not changing is corruption and all this stuff of tribalism. But mambo mengine inaendelea ikigrow. Now your child cannot come and tell you ati baba sitatumia hii kiatu sitaitumia mwaka inanifinya. If it was a time hata ungeongeleshwa, but at this time ukiambio hivyo unakimbia pale kwa duka unachukua kiatu. Nowadays even you find kids, hata hiyo wakati sisi hatukuwa tunaweza kuongea Mako Bura. Mimi naona watoto wa miaka 3, miaka 4 wanakuongelesha vizuri. Sisi wengi wetu hiyo wakati ya miaka 3, miaka 4 ni mate tulikuwa tunamwaga bwana. Tuko huko. Mimi hata nakumbuka nikipelekwa shule wakati ya kwanza nilikuwa ninalia vibaya sana. Sitaki kwenda. So this is things that happen. So we are changing. I hope we'll get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And allow me.
Naona Vanadana akirusha vijembe hapo. Lakini tunazeeka sisi wote. Hata Mako Bura in another years, in another 2030 utakuwa na miaka ngapi? Unajua 2030 tulikuwa tumeambiwa vision 2030. Vision 2030. Somebody could have thought vision 2030 was in a lifetime. Wakati tulikuwa tunaambiwa na Kibaki 2008, was it 2009? Angedhania ni a lifetime. Tumebakia 4 years.
I didn't know what they meant with that vision 2030. Anyway, kumbe tumepambana na tunaivuka hivi karibuni.
Yeah, and we had even another one who brought vision 2050. So these things are really changing. And there was one thing also I had forgotten to talk about was Father Dana said about the Nyaga family. And Nyaga family ruled Embu with the thumb of a kingship. But when it came to 2007, they never delivered. I think also those guys, they tried kujiondoa kwa minyororo ya the Nyaga family. And after that, it was a flop by the Joe Nyaga. And that is what was happening. I also have today even, I don't know, sometimes when I come here to talk, it's like waga napata mambo mambo ingine kutoka kwa umbali. I also heard about the Kihika family. No, the father of Susan Kihika was the one who was trying to stop Moi from ascending to power. So these are things that happen. But Father Dan ningetaka tuongee sana, akiniambia ni grandfather, ni tutaongea hapo kwa upande wa pili, aniambie zile mambo anakumbuka. But me, I've just stated some of the things that I remember. At least me, Marco Bura, mimi sikuwa kijijini as we were staying in Nairobi, tuko Dagoretti.
So you were Nairobian. You know, the first time I came to Nairobi was in 2010.
I also hear Erika Yaga kijita the Nairobi. Mimi nafaa kuitwa the Nairobi. Mimi nimekaa Nairobi, nimezaliwa Nairobi, tuko mpaka na shamba Nairobi Dagoretti. And
niambie kama hiyo shamba yenye iko na buildings. Saizi niende nikae huko, nimeshindwa kulipa rent.
Nani Dagoretti? Dagoretti ndio kuzuri. Dagoretti ni kuzuri.
Hiyo shamba yenye uko na nyumba yako yenye nazaenda kuishi.
Yetu bado hatujajenga, tuko side za Lenana. Na ile side ya Lenana siko pale mbele. So still mimi najaribu kupotea town Makubura. Mimi najaribu kupotea town.
Naweza kuchangia hiyo shamba.
Mimi sijengi huko, mimi sitakai kujenga nyumbani mimi kwetu. Mimi nimepata pahali pangu. And I don't like to stay in Nairobi, by the way. By the way, I hate Nairobi person bus. Naichukia. I think is the way I've stayed in Nairobi for long. I think imenifanya you know me, I'm a person who has stayed in the area of Kikuyu, Thogoto, Alliance, pale unasikiaga Alliance Gardens. Nimekaa
Alliances.
Nimekaa pale unasikiaga kwa center. Kuna pale paitako Gashui, I don't know if you know Gashui. I've stayed in Waithaka, I've stayed in Kawangware. So these areas now the last place, you know, even if we had a land, si ati kumaanisha ati land, the land was my grandfather, so always kasema ati ni land yangu mimi, brother Mark. Ni land wazazi wanafaa kuachiwa, si mimi. But so at that time
from the parents, the constitution.
No. Me, I don't want that. I want to forge my path. I don't even like Nairobi. But let me tell you, brother Mark, unajua shamba Lenana 2004 ilikuwa inatoka pesa ngapi? It was around 60,000, 50,000, around there. Do you know how much is land in Lenana now?
It's millions.
I need to give you that homework. The land that let me even tell you, because it is easy. 10.
I wish I existed year 2000.
Let me tell you right now. Right now, I heard there is a place they were selling a quarter of an acre at 22 million. You know the problem. The main issue is Lenana is near Karen. You know, it's near Karen. So wakiita Karen, wanaitaga Karen C, because when lights in Karen they get lost, zinapotea inside. Kama stima zimepotea hizi eneo zingine na Karen hazijapotea, koma kupotea stima. So they called it Karen C. Then there was Karen B, which is the town center, the area. Tunajua ile area ya Karen ile. Then there is A, ile area ya pale Kabwagi, ile petrol station pale, ile area yote pale kwa Raila, hiyo inaitwa Karen B. Then we had A, which is now when you're going to go. So that area, brother Mark, saizi huwezi nunua shamba. And that time ile shamba hata nilikuwa nasikia hata ni kama ninaweza tu sio shamba. It was a swampy area, but I'm telling you right now we have flats which have been built there, brother Mark. Hata huwezi kaeza kurent up. So I think things change with the dynamics. I think hiyo wakati ungeambia grandfather yako aanze aache kucheza zinaitago aje zile muziki za Berry Bottom, ungemwambia aache kucheza, atafute pesa angesikia saizi tungekuwa matajiri. So Father Dan is telling me to go to Embu. No, me I'm not coming to Embu. I've stayed in Embu. I don't like Embu also. I'm staying now in Kirinyaga. I'm in Kirinyaga.
By the way, Embu is a nice place. I was in Embu. I went to Embu last month in Runyenjes.
In Runyenjes. Yeah, me, I've gone to Runyenjes. I've gone to Kiritire. I've been in those areas. I've stayed in Embu. I know the likes of Dallas. I know the likes of Akina BV. I know Father Dan atakwambia hizo ni wapi. I know the likes of Akina. I've stayed there. Sunrise there, that side, ile ya kule juu. But of that time I stayed there. Ni kuzuri, yes, Embu ni kuzuri sana, but I wanted a real change. So saizi ninakaa a place called najaribu kufanya mambo zangu, a place called Kiaga in Kagio, near Kagio. So that area is very good. Mimi natoka kwa mchele, brother Mark. Mchele ndio mingi huko. Mchele ukinunua mchele unanunua pesa ngapi Nairobi? Kilo moja Pishori.
It's 200.
So you see sometimes in hours we are being sold 160. So hiyo mchele ikitoka hapo iende Mombasa unasikia ni 250. So me I'm closest to food and water also. Maji iko. Maji hata iko hapo.
Tuone kama sisi pia tunaweza
shamba by the way, shamba ziko kwanza Kirinyaga ni very cheap. Half an acre utapata na karibu mkiri 500 peke yake. 600 kuwa na shamba.
We can gang up with Father Dan kama atakuwa na good year tukuje.
You visit by the end nataka mvisit sana Kirinyaga we can good property. There is also good property in Embu. Embu kuna property nzuri sana for the size of Mbere, and it's very cheap, by the way. I have a friend of mine who bought an acre. I don't know, an acre 3 years ago or 4 years ago. I don't know, around 350,000. Right now I know it is ranging to a total of 500. But pia unajua mimi si mtu wa kosa tu vitu, hata kama baba buka yangu alikuwa anaiba hizi nyimbo za kusekaseka kidogo. So I got some land there in Kenol, and you know Kenol ni mzuri sana. Kenol, at that time I bought the land, ilikuwa like 4 years ago.
I think what really assisted these areas of Kenol is the expansion of road, and that is why sometimes back people used to say that Uhuru didn't do any development. But one thing I can tell you is that, expansion, if you want to do anything to do with development, the first thing is, of course, the infrastructure. And the infrastructure that was, of course, built by President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, it really opened the Mount Kenya areas. And it made the prices of, land to really shoot.
What really happened, Brother Mark? People say Uhuru did not do anything. It's okay. You can take it as any view from any standing point. Some people who are not, maybe we always see that Uhuru did so much in Mount Kenya. I also took a view. I like to watch these videos of Kenya developments. I like so much because it makes me feel happy when I see this development. But I looked at a video of a guy who is called Caleb in YouTube. He always takes a drive from Nairobi going back to those areas of Kisumu and Siaya. And you could really tell that, brother, the roads are well. Barabara niona ziko sawa. I think only the inside roads, but barabara za kwenda huko, I did not see any problems. I think it can be, that is what will always happen likely. The president is going to, even the only president I'm seeing is not building his own town areas. Some president will tend to lean so much on where they are coming from. But do you know, it also helps because sasa kama hiyo barabara ya Thika Road, Brother Mark, wewe ulijua Thika Road before imetengenezwa? Had you seen it? If you saw it, you could even not speak. I think Father Dan na Gypsy na Sheima, they can tell you how it was. It was terrible. It was very terrible. It could take you 2 hours to Nairobi. Mark, 2 hours from Githurai to Nairobi because of how the road was. It was terrible. It had, sometimes it had even so much potholes. I wish even you could see when they were building that road. You can go and take the videos and watch it. The traffic jam was a menace before they brought that road. And it's really helped because unajua watu wanasemaga hii ina open Mount Kenya, but wanasahau the people who are coming from the areas of Siaya and other parts of the region. Where do they stay when they are working in Nairobi, Mark? Where do they stay? Most of them stay in Kasarani. Most of them stay in Kasarani, in Mweki, in Githurai. So you cannot just speak just like that. Sometimes, yes, he did most of the things, bringing the roads to the central is okay. Yeah, that one even I fault it so much because you are supposed to do developments in all parts of the country, and it's how it's supposed to be. But Uhuru really did what he could do best, because if he was able to open up even roads leading to Lamu, it's just here and there. It's his presidency ilikuwa ni tamu uchungu. Na kusikia ile kitu unasikia ni tamu uchungu. Iko na utamu kidogo, iko na uchungu kidogo, because it's clearly you could see. Brother Mark, if I ask you a very genuine question and answer me very genuinely, what do you think could have happened if we had a Ruto presidency when we had COVID? Just that is the question I would like to receive the answer.
I don't know whether you've ever heard of the famous quote of Irikurwa. Maybe that is what I can say.
Yeah, Iligulwa. So it's neither here or there. Ni tamu tu. Uwezi elewa juu kulikuwa na mambo zilifanyika zingine. Unajua sasa mtu mwingine atakuja kuambia Uhuru alinisaidia na Linda Mama ilizaa hivyo. Na kijana atakuja kuambia mimi nilisaidika na hii NYS. Kuna mwingine atakwambia hapana, alikuwa mkabila. Kuna mwingine atakuja kuambia hapana, tutengenezee ile barabara ya Kondele. Kuna mwingine atakuja akisema hapana, alifanya baba anguke election. So things are there. Everybody will have a comment on what to say, but at the end of the day, there is a road that Uhuru built, ilikuwa inaitwa Bamba. Unajua Bamba Road? Ulisikia barabara ilikuwa inaitwa Bamba? Safari safari ya Bamba ni machwero. You know why they were singing that song? That song was being sung when they were traveling from the Bamba area. Na walikuwa wanaenda masaa karibu sijui kama ni 4 ama 5. If you go to those videos, you will see them explaining it, and it was terrible, brother. But after those guys got that road, it really transformed. I think roads, they really transformed. There's even roads that they did. Mi kwanza nakumbuka nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya tours. Nilikuwa nimetembea Masai Mara kidogo, tulikuwa tumeenda kupeleka hema na nini. And we had a company called AES. I don't remember what it was called. They were saying that they are going to build the road in these areas of Northeastern. And when they are saying that the roads there were very dangerous, and some of them were built, and others were also built in the sides of Turkana. You go and see these roads which were built. So everybody has his or her own explanation how Uhuru Kenyatta presidency was. And it still will be having people with diverse opinions with how Ruto presidency will be. If at all it's 1 term, if at all it's 2 term, everybody will have his own records or accounts on what it was.
Father Dan is saying there's a writing there for you. Maybe before we end, you can have a look at it. As I appreciate Father Dan, Regan, Shaima, Goodyear, and I also saw Laban for actively engaging us. We really appreciate. Not forgetting Tony Cruz, Gordon Okech, Austin Okumu, Onyango, Tony Blair, John Ogada. There's Florence Onyango. There's Mike Onyango, thank you so much for finding time to be with us. We really appreciate. Yes, Joseph.
Yeah, I see that comment by Father Dan, that they were easy to carry, but if you are found with one, it could be the end of you at that time, because I clearly know how they were setting boundaries. I had one, tulikuwa tunacheza na moja. I told you my grandfather was working for these Indians, and sometimes even he could take us to the home of one of the owners of this company, alikuwa anaitwa Rajin. So he could take us there and we could go there to visit. Hata mimi nilikuwa naenda kampuni by the way, napelekwa visiting, tunakaa huko, then after we could be dispersed jioni tukienda. Kwanza nikiona uka yangu amekuja na pickup fulani ilikuwa inaitwa Isuzu, hiyo wakati nilikuwa nachazika vibaya sana. So we could travel so many places. Hiyo wakati tulikuwa tunabebwa na pickup Marco Bura mpaka Nairobi, Uhuru Park na pickup, watoto wamejaa kujaa, and nobody could stop you. Si kama siku hizi ati ukipatikana kwa, even people are being carried to work in the morning with those pickups. Hata walikuwa wanagojea watu wanawatransport asubuhi to Nairobi. So it was a nice time, and that is that. Marco Bura, hata nyinyi mtatengeneza yenyu, your memories. I know you have your memories, and also have a gen wanaitwa nini, gen alpha na gen, nasikia wanaitwa gen beta ama wanaitwa nani. They will create their own memories, they have their own good memories, lakini zao sidhani zinaweza top notch zetu zilikuwa tumoja.
Partly as we stayed when we stayed in a world that neither knew where it's coming from or where it was going from. And within a span of a few years, things came up. If you try to analyze how things started and then the period that it took to transform and the privileges currently, then you ask yourself, I mean, you appreciate the fact that there is positivity or there is growth.
Yeah, those times was very difficult. Hata nimekumbuka vitu vingine kuambia, tulikuwa tunatumia zile simu za telephone. Unajua zile ma telephone booth, kunaweka mashilingi huko ndani. Sometimes hata unaweka shilingi inakataa kupiga, imekula mashilingi zako. So that time even the soda, hata ile soda na ile mkate ilikuwa inatoka pesa hata unge imagine at this time. Kwa inatoka sijui 5 bob, na zingine unasikia it was a very nice time. But what to say, hiyo mambo inakujaga inaisha. Sasa you have a very good opportunity that you as generation Z, you can be able to air your views, you can be able to talk in political forums. Hiyo wakati ungeongea, hiyo wakati ilikuwa ni ya mzee na rungu, ungeweza kuongea that time. So it's very good, we have come a long way. I think we have talked for quite a while, Marco Bura leo. I think tumekumbusha watu hata mbali tumetoka.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I really appreciate Brother Joseph for your consistency on giving us both political and also TBT. We really appreciate. And I want to appreciate Father Dan as well, Shaima, good year, and I saw Regan over here. We really appreciate your consistency, and I can see good year, a message from Simamo. Simamo is saying thank you very much. Good year, Gypsy Corner. And yeah, thank you so much from Brother Benson Media. Here we say that your opinion counts. If you are watching for the first time, kindly like and subscribe. If you do so, it is a way of supporting us. Na sisi hapa tutasema ni asante. I want to appreciate once again Tony Cruz, Gordon Okech, Justin Okumu, Tony Blair, John, Florence, Mike. On the other side, everyone who is engaging us at the comment section, we really appreciate. Good year, thank you so much. And Father Dan, thank you so much. Regen, thank you so much. Shaima, thank you so much. And I saw Laban. Laban, thank you so much, and everyone else, we really appreciate. We pray that may God give us the grace to continue doing what is right, and of course appreciating each other as we all have the whole intention of transforming the world and making it a better place for each and everyone. Really appreciate. I want to take this opportunity. Thank you so much, Regan MD. Asante sana. Tunashukuru. I want to take this opportunity to now wish you all a blessed night, a blessed morning, a blessed afternoon, a blessed evening from wherever you're watching us from. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. See you again tomorrow.